And a very good morning to you. This is a Friday. It is the 26th day of February 2021, and it's a minute after 10 o'clock. Usually on Fridays at this time, the voice you would hear on this end of the microphone would be David Ellis, the host for our Fridays Brass Tacks program. And I'll be sitting in the chair that is currently occupied by John Stout, who today will be our technical operator producer, taking us through to 2 in the afternoon. But today it's a bit of a different type of day. It's a special type of day because we're celebrating the work and the achievements of station manager David Ellis as he celebrates on this day his birthday and his attainment of 65 years and what is being called the time of his retirement. And I'm using that term until I hear otherwise. Over 26 years ago, David Ellis did something that I don't think had been done before. He asked a regular caller if he'd like to host a program. And the Nation newspaper on that October, I think it was the weekend edition, headlined David Ellis's Gamble. And the subhead read, "Tries to make a regular caller a moderator." It is my honor and great pleasure this morning to say thank you, happy birthday, and good morning to the gambler, David Ellis. Good morning to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dennis. In every field of human endeavor, you have to take chances. You win some and you lose some. When I took the opportunity of gambling, as you called it, I gambled with Dennis Johnson, the moderator. Little did I expect that I would get, along with that package, or in that package, Dennis Johnson, the broadcaster, who in particular has mastered the music on this radio station in a way that has just been a marvel to many. And therefore, I got far more than I bargained for on that occasion. Over the years, I have played a role in bringing quite a number of people into broadcasting because in the various roles that I played, and you may recall that I would have started at Starcom as a senior reporter. And then I moved from senior reporter to being the director of news and current affairs. I moved from director of news and current affairs to programming. In a sense, I never lost control and responsibility for the news and current affairs section. I carry that right through, even to the role that I've recently been playing as station manager since 2017. And in that particular role, especially as program manager, I served as program manager on 2 separate occasions. It was absolutely necessary to look for talent. But when it came to something like down to brass tacks, this is something that you would always have to keep uppermost in your mind when you're doing the job. You go out in the field and you sit down. I remember one day going to a function with my wife at Barclays, and as it then was, and I heard this person as an MC doing this job, and I said, "But this person sounds good." And I approached the person, and lo and behold, it became a broadcaster too. And that person is Pearson Boyne, who is with CBC. Brass tacks, we've tried all sorts of things in brass tacks. There are other people that we've tried as well, but you fitted in exceedingly well. And that's the way it has to be. It is, you do it, it is all part of the job. You look for talent. The whole idea here, though, is that I've always said that the airwaves can hold as many of us as possible who can bring our styles and different approaches, our talent to the airwaves. And all you have to do is look at the broadcasters in the United States. You can look at CBS or NBC or CNN and look at the large number of talented people that they have on the air. Nobody has to fight with anybody else for airspace. You carve your own niche, and collectively, you are able to enhance the organization to which you belong.
And this morning we'll hear from some of the people who've worked along with David, who have come to the fore because of perhaps a little prod and a little bit of nudging here and there. The guidance, the interaction, and hopefully, and this is my hope, that during the process of this program, we'll hear a little bit more of David Ellis, the person, because one thing he's done over the years quite effectively is reached into the community and brought to the fore people who we may have heard of and seen in one particular style or place. But he's been able over the years to reach in and bring the other side, like he calls it quite often, of their lives. And I'm talking about people at all levels. From running through the archives here, would have seen conversation with Belinda Baby Dukes Cox, the gentleman known as Red Furs Don Donald Dial or King Dial, and to those who achieved in their special areas, Carol Cadogan, people in buildings, Sir Charles Williams, and other names. But today, we look at the work and times of David Ellis, and we thank those who have joined us to make this tribute possible.
You're listening to a tribute to David Ellis, a taste of achievement. We salute you on your retirement. Brought to you by
C.O. Williams, moving the earth to please, because in our work we take pride and quality we provide. Kelmart.com, the online superstore with free delivery. BWU Cooperative Credit Union Limited, you are better with us. 1359 Zen, the rejuvenation location. Lorry Dash, the original craft shop exclusively on Bay Street. Satisfy your creativity at the craft shop. Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. Solar Watts, powering the future. Carter's General Store. At Carter's, service comes naturally. Paint, lumber, hardware, and a whole lot more. Clayton's Cola Tonic, reach for the next level. Sagicor Life, wise financial thinking for life. Country Kitchen Essence, so full of flavor. Alcolado, protect yourself with Glacial. Septic Solutions, Barbados' #1 grease trap and septic service. Cave Shepherd Card Services. Williams Equipment Rental, for all of your rental needs. VOB 92.9 FM, celebrating 40 years in 2021, and Starcom Network Inc.
The C.O. Williams construction team advises that work will continue on the section of Highway 1 from the Frank Worrell roundabout through to the bottom of Holders Hill. Motorists are therefore asked to approach the area with the due care and attention and to obey the signage and the flag personnel. Please stay safe, mask up, and buckle down as we continue to move the earth to please. The C.O. Williams construction team is sorry for the inconvenience and thanks you in advance for your understanding, cooperation, and kind consideration.
As we all know, the safest place to shop is from the comfort of your home. Kelmart.com allows you to shop for just about everything and have it delivered for free. Kelmart is a 100% online superstore. Whether you're looking for hardware, household, or even grocery items, you'll find it all at Kelmart.com. There's no need to join any club to start shopping and receiving rewards. Go to Kelmart.com today to see all the fantastic items you can purchase with just the click of a mouse.
Shop at Kelmart.
My name is Winston Allen and I'm a credit union member, so my choice for insurance is clear. I only insure with Cooperators General Insurance. With Cooperators General, everyone benefits. My credit union benefits, I benefit, and Barbados benefits too, since the profits generated stay in the country and are distributed amongst all local shareholder credit unions. At Cooperators General, special discounts are given to all credit union members. Premiums are extremely reasonable and easy monthly payment plans are available. Best of all, claims are settled promptly. Insuring with Cooperators General just makes good sense. Why insure anywhere else?
You want it to be. We can clean it for you. We can clean it for you. Your well, your pipes, your grease traps, drains, and kitchen sinks too. We can clean it for you. Chapman. Call us, cause we would love to help you. Call us at 283-2959 or visit our website at greasetrapman.com for unparalleled commercial and residential cleaning services.
You are better with us. The Barbados Workers Union Cooperative Credit Union. We are here for you to help your dreams come true, making members happy. Since 1983, better savings and loan rates. Join today, don't hesitate. The Barbados Workers Union Cooperative Credit Union. Investment accounts for kids and adults are priority. Taking care of your money. When you save with us, we will earn your trust. At the Barbados Workers Union Cooperative Credit Union. Better with us.
Williams Metals. Choose us for your building needs at Williams Metals. We got what you need. We are the leaders in building materials. We offer lumber, cement, concrete, copper, aluminium, and all type of metals. For construction, get galvanized sheets, welding and plumbing products for sure. You can find that and so much more. Friendly staff to help with your search at King Gardens, St. Thomas, and Lowlands Christchurch. Williams Metals. We got what you need.
As we continue this special Brass Tacks of Friday with a tribute to David Ellis, one of the persons with whom we've had some discussion and we've reached out and they've responded in a positive manner is someone who's worked with him through many a year. The last position that he held here at the company was Managing Director, CEO, but he's held other positions in other companies. And I particularly paid attention to this one because he too is supposed to be retired. But it seems like former broadcasters never truly hang up their headphones. They simply start new stations. So perhaps there is a path here for David to follow. We hear from former MD CEO, broadcaster Vic Fernandes.
Hi, I'm Vic Fernandes, and it's an honor and a privilege to be asked to speak on behalf of David Ellis, a little tribute to David Ellis. What can I say about a man like David Ellis? Well, David Ellis and I go back many years. We started at CBC. He came some years after me, and he didn't stay a long time at CBC. David Ellis was somewhere. Well, he went somewhere very quickly because he left CBC along with Julian Rogers and Linda Waldron and went to the big RA in Montserrat, Radio Antilles. And it was at Radio Antilles that David Ellis first made his name, because Radio Antilles was the big RA. It was heard across the Caribbean because it was an AM station. This is long before Facebook and online audio and that kind of stuff, and internet and that kind of stuff, and so on. So David Ellis made his name on a big RA, the AM station that was all over the windwards and leewards, and was quite popular here in Barbados too as well. Was heard in Guyana, was heard in Trinidad, and I'm not sure about Jamaica, but it was certainly heard in the Eastern Caribbean countries. Then around, I believe, 1979, what was then Barbados Rediffusion Service Limited, they got a license to broadcast wirelessly. Now, just to set the scene, in Barbados at that time, you had CBC Radio and you had Barbados Rediffusion Service Limited. That's it. One was an AM station, the other was a cable network that ran cables to the house, copper cable, and you got the service and you paid the service for it to Rediffusion. Once the company was localized and was bought by the Nation Group, a license was immediately granted to Barbados Rediffusion Service Limited, and Voice of Barbados was born. It misfired in the beginning, and then a new team was brought in, led by Julian Rogers, Linda Waldron, David Ellis, Dr. Alison Leacock, Kent Jordan, Patrick Gollop. These all made up a fairly formidable team, and Voice of Barbados became a legendary station led by David Ellis on the news front line, and David developed a whole range of news products. Tell It Like It Is was one of those news products that was developed by David Ellis, and that program ran in the evenings from about 6 until about 7:15 or thereabouts. And it was quite a popular program, Tell It Like It Is. In 1987, I left CBC. Now, let me state, I was never general manager at CBC. I was the deputy general manager at CBC. And I was invited to join the rediffusion team with a view to becoming the general manager, which I subsequently became the following year. One of the things that you learn as a leader, and I did become the general manager, then a few years later, the managing director and CEO, and then more subsequently, the regional CEO for the One Caribbean Media Network, running the stations that we had in multiple countries. One of the things that you had to do as a good leader was to assemble a team of people around you that would give you support. So with the help of David Ellis and others, we were able to create several brands. 104.1 was initially Yes FM, then Love FM, and now 104 The Beat. And David Ellis had the task of producing news content for these multiple platforms, because there was Voice of Barbados, there was 104. Then in 1997, the writing was on the wall for the Rediffusion Service Limited rediffusion service. So we closed that service down on the 30th of November, 1997. And the following morning, we opened Hot 95.3. The rest is history, as we said. Subsequently, we also produced 97.5, the gospel station. VOB was then turned subsequently into an FM station too as well. But here's the thing. You have a news product, but you have multiple brands with different demands. And so David Ellis and his team, without adding to the team, had to be able to create products that would suit the various brands. The listener to 95.3 FM is not going to be the same listener as Voice of Barbados. That person doesn't want a 20 or 25 minute news bulletin. They want 5 minutes of news, short, snappy, fast. So David had that unenviable task with limited resources of developing various news products for the various brands that we had in what was then to become Starcom Network. He was also part of that whole rebranding exercise, an exercise that I have to tell you was resisted initially by the board, but subsequently agreed to. And that decision to rebrand from Barbados Rediffusion, my argument was it bore no relevance to what we were doing at the time. We needed a brand that spoke to who and what we were and what we would become. So we kept part of the name, which was Star, and that's hence the part of Star, and the com for communications, hence Starcom. And since we had a network of stations, 4 stations, network, and naturally for legal purposes incorporated. That wasn't my idea, I have to say. That was an idea that came from Peter Danakis working with me and my team to create a new brand. And once the board bought into the idea, we were able then to launch this massive campaign to launch what is now Starcom Network Incorporated. Otherwise, we would still be known today as Barbados Rediffusion Service Limited with no relevance to what we are. David was part of that exercise, part of the planning, and a lot of work went into it, the rebranding, letting go of something that had been there for over 50 years, a brand that was established in people's minds and so on. It was a difficult exercise, but we did it. And I could not have done it by myself. I did it with people like David Ellis, the late John Marshall, people in advertising, people in programming, Patrick Gollop, all of the people who played a critical component in developing these various brands, Dennis Johnson on Love FM and so on, yeah? Don't want to leave anybody out, but this is about David Ellis. This is not about anybody else today, yeah? One of the things though, I want to take you back briefly to something when I was at CBC. And Tom Adams was the Prime Minister, and there was an interview coming up or planned where he wanted to be interviewed, and he wanted to be, quote unquote, put under pressure, whatever that meant. and asked for David Ellis from Barbados Rediffusion to come and interview him on CBC television. Well, Lord, come for your word. Look at trouble, right? There was obviously a great deal of annoyance, anger, hostility to the idea that a journalist from a competitive radio station should come and interview the Prime Minister exclusively on our television service. But it was done. And it was a really good interview. I remember that interview well. And one of the episodes I remembered in the interview was Tom Adams was under some pressure publicly about the purchase of a Laracore, how much money we paid for it, how much money we spent to refurbish it, and so on. And David was onto it like a, pit bull. And he had Tom Adams backed up into a corner at one point, and he said, Prime Minister, I understand a lot of money was spent on the, I'm paraphrasing here, on the refurbishing of the bathroom and so on. And Tom Adams sniggered in his usual sniffy style. He said, no, David, it was only an old cast iron bathtub that we refurbished, And I remember that particular line very much because it was part of the interaction. It was a great interview, and people talked about that interview for a long time to come. That interview demonstrated what I've known about David Ellis throughout his career. Absolutely fearless of any prime minister, any leader. He respected them, but they had to respect him too as well. And he would have served during the period of Errol Barrow, Tom Adams, Maurice St. John, Erskine Sandiford, Owen Arthur, David Thompson, Frondell Stewart, and now Mia Motley. So he basically worked as a journalist with every prime minister this country has ever known. So let me bring it back now to Starcom Network. And a couple of things I could spend the whole day, and we obviously don't have the whole day to talk about David. Others will have a lot to say, and they will do their own recollections. But here are a few of mine. Now, we also traveled together. We went to the National Association of Broadcasters trade show. David was a great traveling companion, great raconteur, good person to be around. And I regard David not just as a work colleague, but as a friend, and as a close friend, and as someone I could trust. And I remembered in the early days, I had some rocky days when I came over and became the general manager. Obviously, you're coming from the competition and you're coming in at the top and so on. The welcome mat wasn't rolled out by every single person, but that's okay, right? But one of the things I could say without question is that in David Ellis, I had somebody who was loyal, who was supportive, who was committed. And that quality is one that cannot be bought. It can't be purchased with a salary offer or anything like that. Totally loyal and committed to what we were trying to do through good times and through difficult times. We had and still have at Starcom Network the 12:30 News. The 12:30 News, we couldn't give it away because we were up against the program at CBC, which was the most popular talk show, which I also had a hand in developing when I was at CBC, called Gutter Perk. And on that program was the incomparable Elombe Motley, one of a kind, yeah? And CBC and Elombe, that's a story for another platform, had a falling out. And that falling out created an opportunity for us. We couldn't come up with a concept that would work in the mid-morning because at 12 o'clock in the day, you had Gutter Perk coming on, and it used to just beat us into the ground. Numbers were clear. They were ahead. When Elombe and CBC fell out, I think it was either a Wednesday or a Thursday. But I know that on that Friday, I had lunch with Elombe, and I also walked with a contract. I was that confident. David and I had discussed the approach, and the idea was that we would start a program called Down to Brass Tacks. Not getting down to brass tacks, down to brass tacks, which is a Bajan term, yeah? And we would do so on the Monday morning. If we could get Elombe on board, we saw the chink in their armor. It was gone now. They had an opening, and we could go in and seize it. And Elombe and I had lunch at the Waterfront Cafe, and I put the contract in his hand after we agreed on the terms, and he signed it, and I came back, and David went wild with promos And on the Monday morning at 11:30, ahead of CBC's Got to Work program, we started Down to Brass Tacks with Elambe Motley. And the rest is history. That program grew in popularity. It started at 11:30 till 1, David producing it, David on top of things, but Elambe anchoring it. Then it went from 11:30 to, and why did we go to 11:30? Because the competition was going to come on at 12, so we wanted to get a jump on them. Then we realized it was too popular. People were complaining they couldn't get in the calls, so we went to 11 o'clock. And then we went to 1:30, and then we went to 10:30, and then we went to 2 o'clock, and then we went to 10 o'clock, and eventually we ended up at 4 hours. At some point, we actually had a discussion about extending it even longer. And I think David said in a management meeting, "Oh Lord, Mr. Fernandez, you want to kill me or something?" And we left it at 10 until 2. And it has remained the dominant call-in program of Barbadians. We subsequently closed Tell It Like It Is because it was just overwhelmed by the popularity of Down to Brass Tacks. And it was the genius of David Ellis that made the execution of Down to Brass Tacks what it is today. So I give him full credit. And I remembered well when the falling out came with Elambe. And again, that's the story for another place, another time. And we've all long mended fences on those things. And the morning that Elambe literally on air resigned, and I've never seen anybody do it before, not in my career. That was the first time. I think it was the only time it happened to me. When he started the program the morning with his opening sequence, you could tell that something was amiss. And he and us did not agree on a particular approach on a particular matter. And he took what he regarded as his principal position, and we did ours. And we knew in the opening that something was happening. I called David and confirmed that he was listening. David was listening. And then after Elambe finished his comments, he referenced a comment that his father, the late rugged Ernest Dighton Motley, had said to him. My father once told me so and so and so and so. And then in the inimitable style of Elambe, he said, "Are gone," packed his bags up and walked out to the studio. I sat there in my office, frozen, listening to the radio. We went to commercials, and when the commercial break was finished, this is what I heard. "This is Down to Brass Tacks. I'm David Ellis. Let's take our first call." And away we went. And subsequently, we brought people like, Father Hatch and Dennis Johnson, and in more recent times, Peter Wickham and Corey and others who have come to the program. But it was David Ellis stepping up to the plate on that fateful morning and anchoring that program and proving that we could survive without Elambe and that we could continue to grow Down to Brass Tacks and remain the dominant public affairs station in Barbados. So hats off to you, David Ellis. He didn't flinch. He didn't, it was just the most confident thing I've ever heard. This is Down to Brass Tacks. I'm David Ellis. Let's take our first caller. And no reference to what had just happened before. And away we went. I remember that. So that was brilliant. He had a Sunday public affairs program too as well that was absolutely brilliant. But one of the programs that I also remembered, and this for me, I have to say that I'm surprised that this is not in book form. I'm surprised that it has not been expanded and not been brought back to the station. I don't know why, but there was a series that David did. There was a point at which there was a discussion going on about Black Barbadians and whether Black Barbadians had an opportunity to be part of the business community of this country, and whether it was just the planter class that had taken hold of the whole economy and so on. And without referencing the racial or other overtones of that debate, David came up with an idea to do a program called A Taste of Achievement. It was a 15-minute program as I remembered it. And he would take successful Black entrepreneurs and feature them and give you an insight into how people built their businesses, how people made a difference in Barbados. I remembered several of them. James Husbands being one of them. I remember another one with Neville Rowe from Julienne. And that program was absolutely brilliantly done. And to me, that program should really be expanded, because there's several other local Black entrepreneurs who have emerged since that program was done back in the 1990s. It was an absolutely brilliant piece of work. So what can I bring it home and say about David Ellis? He's led the organization since I left the organization as station manager. Others will speak to those qualities. But above all, there are two things that stand out for me about David. One, his absolutely fearless approach to integrity in journalism, ensuring that the news was always balanced, that it was fair, but it was also fearless. I remember David Ellis and I working and planning things like election night coverage, where we would beat the pants off of the competition. Sorry guys at the time, but you ran second. Yeah. We had the team out in the field. David would plan for weeks and weeks and weeks leading up to the election. We would be planning how we were going to execute. And co-anchoring in the studio on a night was, for me, one of the highlights of my career is anchoring election night coverage at Starcom Network. It was a ride like no other, and some of them were absolutely memorable. And the last one I anchored was the 2013 election, which went right down to a cliffhanger. And that night was you could cut the air with a knife inside the studio at Starcom Network. So I remember those things too as well. Brilliant as a journalist, brilliant in the execution of his news product, ensuring that you had news tailored to suit the particular style of the particular station. No question about it. The premier electronic media journalist in Barbados over the last 40 years, hands down, David Ellis. Can't take that away from him. And David, I hope one day, sooner rather than later, that you will join me along with the other Hall of Fame broadcasters in that hall and that wall of fame at the Caribbean Broadcasting Union. I know the standards to get into it are very high, but if I made it, I think you could scale the wall too as well, and you could make it in there. So I hope that you will be recognized for your work. His work, therefore, stands and speaks for itself. I think every Prime Minister of this country has shown David Ellis deference and respect as a broadcast journalist. But above all, David, I regard you as a friend. And they say it's lonely at the top. And unless you've sat at the top, you sometimes don't know how lonely it is. And David was always one of those sounding boards. I had a few of them. A few people who made it possible. The late St. Elmo Walker, the late Vioma Ali, David Ellis. And I have to tell you, there are times when you're very lonely sitting in that seat and you have to make some tough decisions. Sometimes decisions that affect people's lives and livelihood. That's not an easy thing to do. But David never let the team down. He stood by the team. And you knew that David had your back and that he would be supportive, however difficult the situation is. So above all, yes, I respect and I value your work. But above all, David, I value your friendship. You've been a great friend, and I hope that the journey has not ended. I know it has not ended, and I know that our friendship will continue. I hope you enjoy whatever it is you're setting out to do. David Ellis is not a man who's going to be silenced. I know that. I know that we are going to hear from you some more, a lot more, because you have a lot more left in your tank to give. Thank you for the years. Thank you for your support. And I wish you all happiness and success in the endeavors that you undertake in the future. I'm Vic Fernandes. It has been my privilege, my honor to say these not so few words about my friend and colleague of many years, David Ellis. Thank you.
David, I I know this must have been quite an airful for you, but having worked with Vic over the years that he's mentioned at the various places, I'm sure it's not the first airful you've had uh, or to respond to. But I want to take you back a bit, if I can, to a time he talked about and that you've mentioned periodically, and that's your time in Montserrat. What was that experience like for David Ellis? And when did this happen? I mean, how old were you at the time?
Well, I must backtrack a bit. I went to Ellerslie School,
Yeah, I want to take
and
you back there as well,
and I
because I'm glad
then
you started there. What was that like for you? Was that your school of choice? And what was it like for you at Ellerslie?
well, Ellerslie was for me. It was a good ride. I mean, I became the head boy at Ellerslie. I was the first person coming out of Ellerslie to come into the media to get the kind of spotlight that goes with being a media practitioner. And I also knew that a lot rested on my shoulders in terms of being able to conduct myself in such a way that people could see in me one of the positive aspects of what a newer secondary school such as Ellerslie could produce. And I knew that from very early. I went to CBC. I spent 4 years at CBC. It was a very important grounding for me. I worked with people like George Hall, who was my first boss. I worked with a fellow called Claude Graham. I don't hear anything about Claude Graham now. I ask about him. I just don't see him around at all. But he was a stickler for standards. It's amazing that CBC that has had a lot of criticism over the years for its political bias and stuff. But when I was there, I heard men stand up and talk about what was required. This whole question of being able to function as a professional. And Claude Graham epitomized that. So too did um, Trevor Simpson. And at the time, there was a young lady called Yvette Morris who went on. She did a lot of interviews and stuff with Errol Barrow at the time. She was basically the aviation expert, and that was her beat more than anything else. But from all of them, I got something special. And from Trevor Simpson, I got a passion for building the newscast. That passion for once it is done well, you can celebrate it. You know, at the end of the newscast, you didn't have to be paid once it was done well. And the techniques, and we used to listen to Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. That taught us how to produce a newscast in 5 minutes and put it's about 10 extracts in it and that sort of thing, and it just rolled and it just moved, and that's the kind of rhythm that I took with me. But then Julian Rogers had worked in Barbados for a short period. I mean, he is really an outstanding broadcaster. I mean, outstanding. But he and Linda Walren, they went to work with Radio Antilles in Montserrat and invited me to go there. I think I must have been about 23 years or so, something like that. And I went in.
You were
to work
single at
with
the
them.
time?
No, I was married. I was married early.
And they dragged you away to Montserrat? Okay.
And my family as well.
Okay.
I had at the time I had twin daughters, and they joined me there after a while. But in Montserrat, I got this opportunity now to really take on some significant assignments. Right there inside the station, we had to deal with the Grenada Revolution at the time. We had to deal with the bombing of that killed Walter Rodney. We had to deal with what I consider to be the first mega storm that we had in the region, which was Hurricane David that devastated Dominica. All right. We had to be dealing with this leftward leaning Caribbean at the time, because it wasn't just Grenada. You had Manly in
Jamaica.
Jamaica. You had Burnham in Guyana. And then you had in Dominica a fella called Oliver Serafin, I think it was his name.
Correct. Hmm.
Right. And therefore, at that time, there was this tension that was building in the Caribbean, all linked to the geopolitics of the day. But that was exciting stuff. I was able to hone my skills now as a producer of longer programs, not just producing the news, but producing features, in-depth features. And I must tell you, I grew to love that sort of thing. That's a passion that I carry. I found, it's good to have brass stacks as a format, but you need other formats out there to portray what is happening in the society, to get people to help keep people well informed. And there's another dimension to this. I find that you get a lot of talk about the political interviews and stuff, but the interviews that
People.
I enjoyed more than any other
The
were
people.
people centered
Yeah.
interviews. The 6:30 was one of those.
Hmm.
I loved 6:30 because I had time to do it.
Hmm.
The one program that always stands out in my mind was the one I did called "Can Bad Boys Really Change?" That was riveting. I I remember doing that interview with these guys behind Power in the Blood, and I brought the material home and sat down and started to edit it. I cried myself about 4 times editing that interview. I was just so touched by what those guys said and what they went through. So that's it.
David, I have to tell you that listening to you can hear the passion coming through still. And over the years, I have noticed just my observations that there is a passion that comes forward when you do certain programs. You mentioned 6:30. I remember sometime before that, because of my love of the hospitality industry, you had one called 13 Degrees North. And there was some that you'd focused, and Vic mentioned A Taste of Achievement. I saw those as well and listened to some of them. And also there have been bits and pieces of other interviews with other prime ministers, persons of influence, and those perhaps resonate more with the public. The other thing that I have observed is that while you've spoken to people at various levels, something that comes through from time to time is the person behind the name David Ellis. And I'll tell you why I say that. When I listened to your exchanges with some of the callers who you reached out to, like Vernie, who called Brass Tacks from time to time, and other people you've spoken to, the question that keeps ringing in the back of my mind is what it is about the conversations with these people that trigger a reaction in David Ellis that says, let me find out what goes on behind the mind or behind this person when they call. There has to be something that triggers it.
Yes, and I think that's because of my interviewing skill over the years. Because as a news person, I can discern rather quickly when there is a bit more here to be told, and to get behind. Sometimes people come on the air and they start to talk about the general atmosphere, or the I can't get this done, I can't get that done. And when you listen carefully, you're prompted to ask, so tell me, what exactly is your situation? And once you open that up, you hear something completely different, because they really have a story to tell about their own experience, rather than just coming to the point where they are talking about the general atmosphere and the general concerns. And I think we've been able to get to a lot of that even in brass tacks. I suppose anybody can do it, but I think I have been able to pick it up easier because of the what I've done over the years and all of those interviews that I've done. One of the things about the early days was that when I worked at CBC for 4 years, we used to go with the cameraman, and the cameraman had 5 minutes of film in the camera. The reporter's job was to tell the cameraman when to start to shoot, so that you get the story on camera.
Right.
So that was remarkable in honing this skill. With being able to pick up when people talking trash and when people talking sense. When you getting the story, so I am able to over the years I have developed that, and I trace it back to that early period when we were working in a completely different environment to what people have to deal with
To
today.
today. But going back to the Montserrat experience, the Emerald Isle has had its challenges over a period of time, including the loss of persons like yourself and Julian, and of course, natural disasters. Was there any, I don't know, affinity, love of for every once in a while again, when you let a little of yourself show, I would hear something that says, David enjoyed the experience in Guyana, or you enjoyed the experience in Montserrat. Are there bits, elements of the Montserrat experience that still remain with you today?
I
Outside of
think,
the news element.
well, I suppose once you've lived outside of Barbados in another Caribbean country, what I have taken with me is a greater appreciation for this Caribbean experience. And if you listen to me over time, you will see that I am more sympathetic to people who come here and live. I do not beat upon them in the way that other people do, because I have been something of a refugee in another Caribbean country, and therefore that's what it has done for me. It has also taught me a lot too about how we are perceived in the region. To what extent do we contribute to it? Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But I think it is important to move away from your base once in a while. I still love Barbados immensely. I really don't. I don't see myself wanting to live anywhere else. But I feel that at the core, I feel like a Caribbean person. I love Caribbean food. I remember living in the Northern Caribbean and having goat water. you know, uh, I
and
remember.
that is responsible for how many young Ellises?
Well, I have 4 children biologically, and I have a stepson. So, um, but I'm sure that there are people who have far more than I
Maybe they
have,
had
and
more
they
to drink.
and they never had goat water yet. So, in the case of Antigua, Ducana. I think Ducana is something that is produced not only there, but the Vincentians produce it
Right.
as well. I shared digs when I was in Montserrat at one point with a fella called Nat Moses, who was a broadcaster, Antigua, and he liked to do the Jamaican stew peas. He did an exceptionally good job with it. So, and all of these I brought back. So I also brought back to Barbados um, Montserrat bakes. I don't like bakes done the way that we normally do them in Barbados with all that sugar and stuff. I
Right.
like this crusty bake that I can have with salt fish or anything like that. So I
Correct.
brought back more than just broadcasting. I brought back a way of life.
Right. And I think that's one of the things I hear when you talk about those experiences, and you don't do it quite often. But that experience seems to have touched not only David Ellis, but you seem to have touched those who've worked with you. Because when we started to put this tribute together, it was amazing how many people wanted to be a part of it. And we found some people who we may not have heard on radio in quite a while. For example, we heard from Linda Walren. She was one of the persons Vic mentioned, and also Julian Rogers. And Julian, I think, has carved a niche in just about every Caribbean island that I can think of. He's been in Barbados, he's been at the Big RA, he's in Jamaica now currently. But we have a couple of messages that we would share with you. The first from Linda Walrond, who worked with you in Montserrat and who wants to share this with you as we continue on this Friday edition of Down to Brass Tacks, a special tribute, a taste of achievement, David Ellis, Linda Walrond.
Young David Ellis. Well, maybe not so young now, but that is how I remember you after your initial attachment to CBC's newsroom and when you joined the permanent staff. If my memory serves me correctly, which can't always be guaranteed nowadays, you were 19 or so. You were also, though I doubt many said it aloud to you, something of an oddity, because 40 plus years ago, the staffing in the announcing and news departments comprised mainly the output of the older secondary schools. So that was your first. A young newsman from Ellis Secondary School. It wasn't much longer before we began to speak of you in other terms, remarking on an obvious talent for getting to the bottom of a story, an aptitude for quick learning, and absorbing the fundamental need to shoot only for the best, to do things well, and perhaps most striking, your clear lack of fear when dealing with difficult interviewees, in particular politicians. You started and continued to make a name for yourself, started carving out your reputation as someone to be trusted, someone to be relied on for the facts. And it was as these traits were being developed and honed that veteran Caribbean broadcaster Julian Rogers, on his return to Radio Antilles, invited you to join the staff in Montserrat as news editor. You were not greeted effusively by all comers of that newsroom at first, but it was a relatively short while before your no-nonsense professionalism and your obvious ability turned around any lingering resentment against what was the third leg of the Bajan Mafia. But not only were you dealing with this new environment, you were also taking on the pretty new responsibilities of being a father to twins and a young wife. But as you had handled so much of your evolving career, you showed remarkable aplomb. There was, as we all found out quickly, not an awful lot to do in Montserrat, especially after work, and the only time your composure cracked was one evening as we sat around talking. You said in a plaintive voice, "Girl, I would give anything now for a cheese cutter and a red fruity for me nids." You came back from Radio Antilles and soon after joined the staff of Rediffusion, later to become Starcom Network. Your reputation grew as you branched out from producing daily news to doing documentaries and other special interviews, but always underlined by your professionalism. I think one of the most pleasing things for me to see was that whatever the challenges, you never lost your sense of humor, which could be wickedly sly at times. And now, suddenly it seems, young David Ellis is old enough to retire. And I think to myself, nah, I didn't hear right. Retire? And the words from Fiddler on the Roof float through my mind. Sunrise, sunset, swiftly fly the years, one season following another, laden with happiness and tears. Broadcasting has been so fortunate to have had you for a season, David, a season filled with the work of a true professional.
The words of another true professional, Linda Waldron, and in a tribute to our station manager, David Ellis, as he celebrates his birthday today and heads to his retirement, that everyone is questioning, because when you see pictures of the youthful David Ellis, like the one I held up this morning to Kashi, and you see the David Ellis today online via Zoom, or I think we're following on Facebook as well, the years have been kinder to him perhaps than to a lot of us. A part of what Linda Waldron calls the Bajan Mafia. I didn't know they had a name. It's good to know that. I hope the Montserrat government didn't consider them the Bajan Mafia, but that was what she called the Bajan Mafia, comprised Linda Waldron, David Ellis, and this gentleman, Julian Rogers.
I believe I'm talking about the retirement of one David Ellis, or Young Ellis as I usually call him on the phone. But I can use young because I knew him when he was very, very young. When I worked at CBC, as the full-time anchor of the 60 Minutes. It was David Ellis, a young David Ellis, in the newsroom. And I was struck by one thing. That was the typewriter days. And young Ellis was very meticulous about his stories. And you remember, we're doing television in those days, so he would always be putting 6 sheets of paper and 5 sheets of carbon. And he would type the first paragraph of a story. Not satisfied, he would dump that, as we all had to do. And I remember that he would do that several times until he got the first few paragraphs right. And then he would carry on to finish his story. That was the kind of discipline that I never was concerned. He's carried that throughout his career. And many of you can attest to that, whether you work with him or whether you followed him on the radio or on television and you've seen his writings. He's been very, very consistent about that. And I might tell you that after I left CBC and went back to Radio Antilles in Montserrat, and there was an opening for someone to lead the newsroom in Montserrat, I immediately contacted David. Remember, he was very young then, and in fact, I know I got a bashing for bringing him in over many senior journalists who had brought in from around the Caribbean. But I thought that here was exemplary talent and a real rising star as a journalist who would thrive in the environment of Radio Antilles, and he certainly did. And he really showed that the decision to bring him to Montserrat was really an important one. Of course, he came with a young wife and 2 young girls, and stayed with me and my family. And we babysat those girls who are now big women, married with their own children. But David Ellis, of course, has emerged over the years as a very outstanding journalist and a media manager. I remember he took over from me as the program director, Voice of Barbados, back in the 80s. And of course, he's risen up to being general manager. So that my appreciation of his talent and his drive and his persistence and everything else, I think is clearly well chosen. And so I'm very, very happy to tell you that David Ellis has been a friend, he's been a work colleague, he's been exemplary in his relations with everybody that I know of. Of course, he's not perfect, and he'd be the first one to tell you that. But I think that it is interesting that he retired this time, but I don't see him retiring. I imagine that he'd be very much like I am in terms of the attitude to retiring. In other words, he wants to keep busy. He'll be doing something that is really at the heart of his interest in the welfare of Barbados and the Caribbean for that matter. I can't see him putting up his feet anywhere except on a computer and using the latest tools, etc., that he's discovered. I remember him very, very proud of being able to use some of the new tools that came up in the 80s and 90s and quickly editing within the computer and so on, and in the little tape recorders that we had at that time. So he's been through all the changes, the technical changes, whether it's been the typewriter or the computer or the portable tape recorder, and of course the camera and all these facilities we now have all heaped into one instrument. So I can see David retiring to a busy life, and I don't blame him. That's the way I've kept going all these years, because I can't see myself fossilizing as some people would. So to David, it's great to have you as a friend and as a work colleague over the years. And I wish you all the very best as you go on to another stage of your life. Enjoy it all and keep challenging people and being provocative, because that's the only way we know you work. All the best, David. All the very best.
Julian Rogers, the Managing Director, Jamaica Observer. He has been in Trinidad and Tobago. He has been here in Barbados, Montserrat. He's known throughout the region as a broadcast practitioner par excellence. I notice everybody keeps saying that there's no such thing as retirement for David Ellis. So we'll find out about that in perhaps just about 2 more minutes, because there's one more tribute I'd like to put to cap this period off. And it's from the chairman of the Barbados Broadcasting Authority, a lady whose name was also mentioned by Vic Fernandes and who has been a part of broadcasting in Barbados for quite a while, Dr. Alison Leacock. And of course, we will hear from David again. And as we continue, you can join us 434-1790. I know there's some who've been waiting for just under an hour as we continue this tribute.
My tribute to David begins with an acrostic of his name. D, dedicated to his craft and the profession of broadcasting. A, adamant and aggressive to get the story. V, vigilant with an eagle eye on public affairs. I, influential and perhaps the most intrepid journalist Barbados has produced. D, dynamic and determined to succeed in everything. David Ellis has been a household name in broadcasting from my early days in the profession. Our first real investigative journalist, David has been relentless in maintaining his standards of professional journalism, and he has sought to maintain those standards on the Starcom network. He has deftly kept brass tacks on the lips of every Barbadian for decades. Those of us who were held to unforgiving standards of excellence now lament the passive acceptance of mediocrity in this noble profession. It is my hope that as David moves on to retirement, that his skills and experience are used to raise the bar in training more of our newsroom reporters on the rudiments of what makes them move from good to great. As a member of the original Rediffusion family that transitioned to the VOB team, I say to David, well done, good and faithful media professional. As chairman of the Barbados Broadcasting Authority, I say thank you for your unstinting service to this noble profession and for always upholding the highest standards of journalism. David Ellis, the consummate professional. Happy retirement.
Dr. Alison Leacock, the chairman of the Barbados Broadcast Authority. On this Friday Brass Tacks, a tribute to David Ellis, brought to you in association with these partners.
You're listening to a tribute to David Ellis, a taste of achievement. We salute you on your retirement. Brought to you by
C.O. Williams, moving the earth to please, because in our work we take pride and quality we provide. Kelmart.com, the online superstore with free delivery. BWU Cooperative Credit Union Limited, you are better with us. 1359 Zen, the rejuvenation location. Lorry Dash, the original craft shop exclusively on Bay Street. Satisfy your creativity at the craft shop. Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. Solar Watts, powering the future. Carter's General Store. At Carter's, service comes naturally. Paint, lumber, hardware, and a whole lot more. Clayton's Cola Tonic, reach for the next level. Sagicor Life, wise financial thinking for life. Country Kitchen Essence, so full of flavor. Alcolado, protect yourself with Glacial. Septic Solutions, Barbados' #1 grease trap and septic service. Cave Shepherd Card Services. Williams Equipment Rental, for all of your rental needs. VOB 92.9 FM, celebrating 40 years in 2021, and Starcom Network Inc.
As we all know, the safest place to shop is from the comfort of your home. Kelmart.com allows you to shop for just about everything and have it delivered for free. Kelmart is a 100% online superstore. Whether you're looking for hardware, household, or even grocery items, you'll find it all at Kelmart.com. There's no need to join any club to start shopping and receiving rewards. Go to Kelmart.com today to see all the fantastic items you can purchase with just the click of a mouse.
Shop at Kelmart. Alcolado,
Feeling scared, uncertain, worried? Protect yourself and loved ones with a trusted friend. Alcalado Glacial with 76% alcohol with the strength to sanitize and refresh. Always with you. Alcalado Glacial. Alcalado Glacial.
Do you love to create?
Yes! With glitter, feathers, ribbons, and bows.
Want to bake a cake?
Plus cookies and pies? Ooh, there goes a tingle in my toes.
Let's decorate!
With beautiful frames and floral arrangements, there's so much we could do.
So, meet you at Lori Dash?
Like there's anywhere else to go to.
Whatever the occasion, whatever you're trying to find, visit Lori Dash, the craft shop, to satisfy creative minds. Lori Dash, the original craft shop exclusively on Bay Street, your one-stop shop for all your creative needs. Follow us on Facebook.
1359 Zen, the rejuvenation location. Come experience some of the latest trends in health and wellness. Stop pain and improve health without drugs with red light therapy and PMF therapy. Meditate with the mind machine. Use the Soluma device to treat acne, reduce wrinkles, and get younger looking skin. We also offer massages, manicures, pedicures, and facials. Treat yourself to our one-of-a-kind PFC massage to reduce cellulite. Call Charmaine at 850-1359. Also 1359 Zen on Facebook and Wellness 1359 Zen on Instagram.
We can clean it for you. We can clean it for you. Your well, your pipes, your grease traps, drains, and kitchen sinks too. We can clean it for you. We can clean it for you. The grease trap man, call us, 'cause we would love to help you. Call us at 283-2959 or visit our website at greasetrapman.com for unparalleled commercial and residential cleaning services.
Anything you have that needs a fix, we've got what you need. Indoor, outdoor, homeware, decor, Carter's takes the lead. Carter's your general store for paints, hardware, and a whole lot more. Carter's let us help you for sure with paints, hardware, and a whole lot more. The one stop for your building supplies, lawn and garden too. Owned by Bajans, loved by Bajans. Come on down, let us help you. Carter's your general store for paints, hardware, and a whole lot more.
That day they entered your life was unforgettable for all the right reasons. And now you ask, how can you protect them against this big crazy world? We can help. The Sagicor Enhanced Whole Life Insurance Suite combines the full benefits of life insurance with the financial comfort of an endowment option. This suite offers flexible, affordable coverage for you and your family through all of life stages. Get started now at sagicor.com/whole-life.
The Cape Shepherd Card team wishes to advise that its offices and payment centers remain closed. During this time, all communication should be directed to CS Card Service at caveshepherd.com or via chatbot at www.caveshepherdcreditcard.com/contact-us. Card payments can now be made at participating SurePay locations or online via CIBC First Caribbean, Scotiabank, RBC Royal Bank, Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited, and SurePay Online. Kindly note that your account number will be required for online and over-the-counter payments and can be accessed via the Cape Shepherd Card mobile app or CS online service. The Cape Shepherd team kindly asks for your patience and understanding during this period and encourages you to remain safe. Cape Shepherd Card is a member of the Cape Shepherd Group of Companies.
You're listening to a tribute to David Ellis.
4341790. It's 9 minutes after 11 o'clock. We have David with us via Zoom. We will soon be joined by Roxanne Branca. I know she is with us already, to have another look at the other side of David and her interactions with him from our neighbors in Fontebelle, because I think that's where the connection is, and perhaps we find out where else the connection remains. But before we do that, David, I want to share this with you, because this perhaps touches one of the interactions you may have had over the past from someone that I will not say who it is until the end, but I'm sure you will pick up if you're as sharp as I know you are. A vocab that's impressive. Honed it erroneously, he can talk out with you He's as uncanny as can be. When he was at CBC, many topics he did peruse. Thousands waited with bated breath to hear him read the news. If he interviews you, expect deep, probing questions, no sidestepping this sharp brained man. Pursuing the truth, his intentions, always seeking balance, he creates a very rare air, and many a political leader felt uncomfortable in his chair. Yet fairness was always what this man aimed for. He fought many a battle, he won many a war. He is not afraid to cut a caller who did insist on arguing utter nonsense in the air of this David Ellis. And so today, after many decades, he's reached retirement age. But don't expect him to fade away. He simply turned a new page. As you can tell, I wish him well. This longtime friend of mine, whom I taught to swim in Montserrat, in a freshwater pool, not the ocean brine. David, you're a hero to me, an unsung one at that. And I doubt we'll ever find anyone to wear your distinguished hat. Enjoy your retirement. It's well deserved. This country you love so much, my friend, you did well serve. Written on February 23rd, 2021, from 5:43 p.m. to 6:02 p.m. by Dr. the Most Honorable Anthony Gabby Carter. I had to read that to you from Gabby. The smile on your face says, not hearing you yet, David. I don't know if you're muted. Julian talked about you managing the...
I shouldn't be muted.
Right, yeah, there you are. I got you now. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So
That's
I
Gabby.
remember Gabby coming to Montserrat to perform in a little auditorium that they had there. This would have been before the volcano, because the volcano, the eruption completely obliterated areas like that we were familiar with. And when you're away from home and somebody like Gabby comes in and starts to sing songs like Emerton and stuff like that. Boy, Linda and I and Julian, we were what you call the Beja Mafia, living in Montserrat at the time. I mean, that was so nostalgic. It was so touching. It was so warm. It meant everything to me, being in that place at that time and having Gabby come and just remind us of who we really were, who we are. Always a very special person. And I want to thank the others, Linda and Julian and Alison for their kind words. We go along and we do things the way that we believe we are supposed to. There is no guarantee that we will be here to have people talk about us in such glowing terms. Many people get cut down along the way. And I think that I am particularly honored and I'm in a very special place today to have so many of my former colleagues. And what matters more than anything else? I mean, I've been trained by my colleagues, but I've been trained by this society. I remember what it was like in the early days, and it is still so today, where news conferences are held and the public could be very harsh in their criticism, interviews and stuff like that. And that helped me to hone my own skill, because I was seeking to be responsive to the need which the society was saying it had. So when my colleagues speak in such glowing terms about my work, I mean, I'm really flattered. I just did it the best way that I could, and I hope that some of what I stand for will help to influence people going forward, because I see some signs from time to time that suggest to me that the media is supposed to take a side. And if you don't take a side, there are people who want to criticize you and they want to chop you down. And they're trying to force too many of today's young media practitioners to pick a side. And I don't think that there will be people who want to. I can't stop that. And you have to appreciate that people will. But you also must have that independent line in the country as well. What you're seeing in the United States right now, where MSNBC and CNN take one side, Fox and Newsmax take another side. I suppose in Britain, the press has always been like that, you know. But I still think that there is scope for us to be in the middle and try to, as best as we can, to call a spade without necessarily trying to tear down anybody at the same time, you know.
Well, someone who perhaps can give us the impression from the print side of things, where she's worked as the executive editor of, or I don't know if to call him or parent or guardian or associate, the Nation newspapers in Fontebelle. Roxanne Branca is with us. And Roxanne, from your perspective as from the print side, and having worked with David, I'm sure you would know that he jealously guards the news. So while we may be relatives, you know, you can't just come and eat all the food. And I'm sure that must have been part of the experience. Or the other type, the other side of David, where he is embracing everyone and saying, you know, there's enough for all of us. Good morning, Roxanne.
Good morning, Dennis. Thank you for having me. David, hi. I'm really
Good
quite
morning.
honored that I was included to celebrate with you today, not only your retirement, but your 65th birthday. I mean,
Thank you.
who does that? Who retires on their birthday? What do you do? You know what they say about turning 65, though, and that is your reward for all the hard work you've done. Not only the hard work in your career, but your hard work in life, because life is hard work. They say also at this time in your life, it's a time for discovery. And I know you're going to continue discovering new and wonderful things to report and to feature. They say this is a time for honing renewed interests. And we look out to see what some of those interests might be. But on this day, I want to say, going back, let me go back a little bit to your late teens. I didn't know you then. So I sought the help of one or two of your colleagues, and one was George Hall, who was your first boss, I believe, at CBC. And you know what? His comment was, there was this bright young fellow who took to the newsroom environment like a fish to water. He says that you came in and you were as comfortable as anything, and he kept watching you. And Harry Mears, I believe, who was at Cana at the time, remembers Elombe telling him, watch that young boy. He is going to go far. And I believe Elombe didn't only say that to Harry, but he said it to Harold and a few others. Watch that young boy. The picture I got was that David was in his element, young, gifted, and passionate about this new career that he had embarked on. I did not know David that well in the early days, even though we worked for the same company. But I remember one incident, a few incidents, but one of them was, it was the turn of the century, and many media places, media companies around the world were looking to change the way they did things. They started to adapt the corporate strategies to respond, of course, to the demands of the changing environment. And they're increasingly using technology. And focus, however, was improving on the bottom line, sometimes at the expense of newsrooms. So there was lots of excitement around digitization and something called convergence. Harold, who was my boss at the time, sent me to Chicago to a conference on convergence. I went to Chicago and I got really excited about merging the newsrooms. I was like, okay, this is great. We're going to go back. The Nation newsroom is going to be merged with Starcom. We be one newsroom, and this is how we're going to do it, etc. So as soon as I got back, after speaking to my bosses, I called David and very excitedly told him that how we can converge, etc. But to my surprise, David was not in the least excited about this. I was just so disappointed. He was totally opposed to the idea of merging the newsrooms, rigidly opposed. But I realized actually, some people may have thought it was a case of not wanting to lose control. But the truth about it is that, as David said, he wanted to maintain standards and quality and timeliness. And in his view, he wanted to have a core of reporters who were specialists. He did not want reporters having to do 3 or 4 different things at the same time. He said he needed respected, competent broadcast journalists, many of whom he was helping to mentor at the time. And he didn't like the idea of spreading them too thin. So I had to walk away with my tail between my legs because he was so firm in his beliefs. And anytime we had any meetings to discuss the merging of the two newsrooms, David held on to his beliefs that this was not the way to go. In retrospect, I think that in order to remain top of the class, perhaps he was right, because even after my departure, I believe they did try the merger again. Not I believe, I knew they did try the merger again of the two newsrooms. And again, it did not work. So perhaps, David, I have to give you that. You were right the first time.
I think it's important to put that in context, though. I think the ultimate goal must be to go towards a merging of newsrooms in this environment. But I think it is the method, it is the approach that we adopt towards achieving that. Because there's some cultures, even in organizations such as ours, they're distinctly different cultures. And therefore, a lot of work has to be done in preparing the way for this. I regret that we are not at that stage yet. And I hope, in whatever happens in the future, I'd like to see us work more and more towards that goal, because I feel we will be stronger for it. But you can't do it by just saying, I'll toss you into the water and you can find a way to swim. We have to put systems in place. We have to get people up to a particular expectation that, this is what is going to happen. And this is the reward. That's another major part of this issue. People have concerns that they may end up doing more for less, or more for the same amount of money and that sort of thing. So we got to work those things through to achieve the objective, because I think we will be far stronger that way. And somehow there is this notion that people are opposed to the concept. It isn't so much the concept, it is how we work towards achieving it. It is desirable, it is necessary. Well, we got to do it in a way that, can be relatively seamless, relatively comfortable. We had the situation at Starcom where the newsroom had been moved down to the Nation Corporation. Then we had all sorts of problems with technical issues, things like that. It became difficult in those circumstances because the studios were in River Road and stuff like that. Now, mind you, we have now reached a stage where brass tacks can come from France. But at that time, the use of the technology was not as strong as it is right now. So we can make it, but we got to work towards it, Roxanne.
Yes, I totally agree with that. It has to happen, as you say, at some point, but it's how it happens.
Yes.
And let us hope that the younger ones coming behind are able to be more successful at it than we were. I also,
Just
there's
before you go on, Roxanne, I want to ask you a question that has, well, let me say it's crossed my mind a few times. During the time you were executive editor at The Nation, was any outreach made to David to write a column? Because I noticed some broadcasters have been approached to write columns. I can't remember seeing one from David. Did he ever write for The Nation?
Yes, I did approach David to write a column, but he said he did not have
Time?
at the time, did not have the time for that. I
Time.
also approached Vic.
Uh-huh.
Ended up writing. Well, he was writing the column that he used to have a morning show called
The Market Vendor?
Market
Uh-huh.
Vendor, right? I did approach Vic on that, but I did approach David. I don't know if
Okay.
they that, but he said he did not have the time to sit and write, because writing a weekly column really is a lot of work. It may
It
seem
is.
once a week, but you have to do the research, you have to check your facts, so it is not as easy as just putting it together and running. And at the time, David said he didn't think he had at the time to consistently do a weekly column.
I asked that because of something Julian Rogers said about David starting to write a story, pulling it out, throw it in the garbage, and doing it about 3 or 4 times. So I could imagine if, in addition to all else he had to do, because I've seen him edit as well, and he pretty much does the same thing. So if he had to write a weekly column, he may need a month's preparation for the first week. But I just wanted to ask that. Yeah, anyway, you were saying.
Okay, what comes to mind when I think of David, and others have said it, is his fearlessness. The words that come to mind are fearless, factual, and competitive. And we all know about his fearlessness, and usually, and his voice of authority. Usually, you hear David Ellis and you listen to whatever he's saying, and you know he has checked his facts and it's factual. When it comes to competitive, David was not only competitive with Starcom's competitors, he was competitive sometimes among his own colleagues. And that's a good thing for a journalist. I mean, people may not have seen it that way sometimes, but that's good. You have to be competitive in order to keep staying on top. And that's one of the reasons he was always on top. But he was always inclusive too, because he helped younger colleagues, he helped to guide them. And whenever he saw the need for it, not only at Starcom, but also at The Nation, there was guidance. David and I became closer actually since I left The Nation. While I was there, we spoke on the phone most of the time. Rather, we didn't really see each other that often, but we spoke on the phone, and then we had meetings. Remember, we used to have a kitchen cabinet where the managers from each media house would meet. But in terms of working together, we basically may have exchanged ideas, but not necessarily worked on projects together. The one project that I had been excited to work with him on was mainly the merging of the newsrooms, which never came about at the
But
time.
that needs to be put in context, though, Dennis, because when The Nation bought Starcom, Rediffusion as it then was, the then government was insistent that there should be no common editorial position held by The Nation and Starcom.
Yes,
they didn't want
true.
the two of them to gang up on the government.
Yes,
and
that's
therefore
true.
we sought to protect that as much as possible.
Yes, David. Thanks for reminding me of that. That is very true.
And that brings to the fore again the tenacity that you spoke about, Roxanne, when you said he would stand up for what he believes is absolutely necessary, and that is the independence of the journalistic profession in Barbados. We're listening to a Down to Brass Tacks special celebrating the 65th birthday and retirement of David Ellis.
You're listening to a tribute to David Ellis, a taste of achievement. We salute you on your retirement. Brought to you by
C.O. Williams, moving the earth to please, because in our work we take pride and quality we provide. Kelmart.com, the online superstore with free delivery. BWU Cooperative Credit Union Limited, you are better with us. 1359 Zen, the rejuvenation location. Laurie Dash, the original craft shop exclusively on Bay Street. Satisfy your creativity at the craft shop. Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. Solar Watts, powering the future. Carter's General Store. At Carter's, service comes naturally. Paint, lumber, hardware, and a whole lot more. Clayton's Cola Tonic, reach for the next level. Sagicor Life, wise financial thinking for life. Country Kitchen Essence, so full of flavor. Alcolado, protect yourself with Glacial. Septic Solutions, Barbados' #1 grease trap and septic service. Cave Shepherd Card Services. Williams Equipment Rental, for all of your rental needs. VOB 92.9 FM, celebrating 40 years in 2021, and Starcom Network Inc.
The C.O. Williams construction team advises that work will continue on the section of Highway 1 from the Frank Worrell roundabout through to the bottom of Holders Hill. Motorists are therefore asked to approach the area with the due care and attention and to obey the signage and the flag personnel. Please stay safe, mask up, and buckle down as we continue to move the earth to please. The C.O. Williams construction team is sorry for the inconvenience and thanks you in advance for your understanding, cooperation, and kind consideration.
As we all know, the safest place to shop is from the comfort of your home. Kelmart.com allows you to shop for just about everything and have it delivered for free. Kelmart is a 100% online superstore. Whether you're looking for hardware, household, or even grocery items, you'll find it all at Kelmart.com. There's no need to join any club to start shopping and receiving rewards. Go to Kelmart.com today to see all the fantastic items you can purchase with just the click of a mouse.
Shop at Kelmart.
My name is Winston Allen and I'm a credit union member. So my choice for insurance is clear. I only insure with Cooperators General Insurance. With Cooperators General, everyone benefits. My credit union benefits, I benefit, and Barbados benefits too. Since the profits generated stay in the country and are distributed amongst all local shareholder credit unions. At Cooperators General, special discounts are given to all credit union members. Premiums are extremely reasonable and easy monthly payment plans are available. Best of all, claims are settled promptly. Insuring with Cooperators General just makes good sense. Why insure anywhere else?
You want it to be.
We can clean it for you. We can clean it for you. Your well, your pipes, your grease traps, drains, and kitchen sinks too. We can clean it for you. We can clean it for you. The grease trap man, call us, 'cause we would love to help you.
Call us at 283-2959 or visit our website at greasetrapman.com for unparalleled commercial and residential cleaning services.
You are better with us. The Barbados Workers Union, Cooperative Credit Union. We are here for you to help your dreams come true, making members happy. Since 1983, better savings and loan rates. Join today, don't hesitate. The Barbados Workers Union, Cooperative Credit Union. Investment accounts for kids and adults are priority. Taking care of your money. When you save with us, we will earn your trust. At the Barbados Workers Union, Cooperative Credit Union, better with us.
As we we all know, the safest place to shop is from the comfort of your home. CalMart.com allows you to shop for just about everything and have it delivered for free. CalMart is a 100% online superstore. Whether you're looking for hardware, household, or even grocery items, you'll find it all at CalMart.com. There's no need to join any club to start shopping and receiving rewards. Go to CalMart.com today to see all the fantastic items you can purchase with just the click of a mouse.
That day they entered your life was unforgettable for all the right reasons. And now you ask, how can you protect them against this big crazy world? We can help. The Sagicor Enhanced Whole Life Insurance Suite combines the full benefits of life insurance with the financial comfort of an endowment option. This suite offers flexible, affordable coverage for you and your family through all of life stages. Get started now at sagicor.com/whole-life.
You're listening to A Tribute to David Ellis, a taste of achievement with the staff of Starcom Network. Salute to you.
Hi, this is Ricky Carter. For the 14 years that I've been given the opportunity to be a sports and a news reporter for Starcom Network, I must say that David, working with you, seeking advice from you was tremendous. I've admired your work even before I started to work for Starcom. And I must say that you will be a great loss to us in the newsroom, not being able to seek advice from you and hear your voice in the newsroom on a daily basis. Please do not discard us. Make sure that you are there to give us advice still when called on. And I must say, on the behalf of my family, especially my brother Emerson Drix, who been to school with you from First Form, we certainly hope that you have a tremendous retirement and do not sit back and just relax, but continue to contribute to journalism in Barbados. Thank you.
I found the program 6:30 with David Ellis was quite special because its focus was on the value of the contributions made by people in companies. For me, that was quite different. Thank you, Mr. Ellis, for your guidance over the years. Stephen Callender, Advertising.
I am Krista J. Paul, Programming Content Coordinator and Radio Announcer with Starcom Network. Mr. Ellis, I just want to wish you a wonderful retirement. You've worked long, you've worked hard, and you've impacted thousands and thousands of lives across the globe. I know that people's lives have been bettered because of the work that you've put in, and I just wish you a wonderful retirement. Time to relax and sit back and enjoy the rest of life. So God bless and take care.
My name is David Howell, better known as DJ Daddy Biggs. I am a technical operator here at Starcom Network. I'm also a radio personality on Hot 95.3 FM. I want to take this time out to wish Mr. Ellis all the best in his retirement. Mr. Ellis, as you go into this next phase of your life, may you enjoy the very best that life has to offer. Happy retirement. May God continue to bless you. Have a wonderful retirement.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Clark, Program Manager at Starcom Network. October 1995, Barbados Rediffusion. My first boss, David Ellis, Program Manager. Fantastic career, David. Well done over these 40 years. You've been tremendous, outstanding, and made a valuable contribution to Barbados and the lives of Barbadians. Enjoy your retirement.
I am Margaret Husbands, Group Human Resources Manager. Congrats, David, on reaching another milestone in your life. During my years of working with you, I've found you to be a person who always considered all the facts before making your final decision. I say to you, look back with pride on all you have accomplished. Look forward with excitement to all the adventures ahead. And just enjoy yourself, as I know you have a good sense of humor and a hearty laugh. You've earned it.
This is Maurice Norville. It has been my good fortune to follow the growth of David Ellis as a broadcast journalist ever since his return to Bajan Radio following a stint with the then Radio Antilles in Montserrat. Now, David is not perfect. No one is. But as a journalist and broadcaster, David has reached and maintained a level of professionalism that even his detractors must find admirable. Now, as a country, we continue to miss opportunities to utilize our best human resources beyond a certain shelf life. But still, my hope is that the skills of David Ellis will not be totally lost for some time to come, and that he will retain the passion to keep growing and to help others to grow in his career of choice. Thank you.
Members of the Starcom Network family, as part of this tribute to David Ellis on this Friday edition of Down to Brass Tacks, we continue with Roxanne in just a short while, and we're also joined by others on the line that I'll introduce to you as we go ahead. But before we go to them, I want to play this tribute from a former member of the board of Starcom Network Incorporated, Dr. Granville Phillips.
My name is Granville Phillips, one of 3 connected persons with that name. But for those who may now be a little confused, I am the progenitor. I am particularly honored to have been asked to record a few comments on the occasion of the coming retirement of my friend, Mr. David Ellis, as he now seeks membership in the Society of Retirees. As I was marshaling my thoughts together, I kept smiling to myself, just thinking about David's misconception of retirement, as he probably dreams of some respite from the rigors of the workplace and muses over days of relaxation and doing nothing. He will in due course discover that such dreams are often an illusion. Retirement is a life event that frequently comes with a mix of emotions, smiles and tears, excitement and uncertainty, a reflection of a career full of memories, and yes, at times a future full of possibilities. This event has been organized in honor of David's 40 years of tireless and exemplary service to Starcom, and to celebrate his legacy of hard work, dedication, and commitment, which he will leave behind for others to emulate. David joined the Nation Group in 1980 and served in multiple capacities at Starcom, ending his career as station manager, that is, the chief executive of that company. Starcom has been and continues to be the standard in our radio industry, against which all others are evaluated. But corporations are impersonal legal organizations, and to the extent that they become recognized as trailblazers or leaders in their industry, is largely dependent upon the product offering, the public face of the executives who lead and manage them, the caliber of management personnel, and the underlying talent that supports the organization as it constantly evolves in response to a changing environment. There is, however, like Polaris, the fixed North Star, a constant philosophy to which successful organizations must be tethered. It is the pursuit of the collective attributes of honesty, integrity, fairness, and balance in performing the tasks at hand. I have been associated with this group for a long time and can personally attest to the fact that my friend David, like his predecessors, have earnestly endeavored to embrace the qualities of which I speak. It is those qualities and the pursuit of his craft with unflinching zeal and showing by example that excellence is something to aim for every day that has made him the doyen that he is, and etched his name among the nobles in the pantheon of outstanding journalists within the hearts and minds of the Barbados public. So, David, in awe of the way you put your heart into your work for all those years, be assured that you not only made a huge difference, but also touched a lot of lives along the way. And that, my friend, is the ultimate reward for a professional. I close by saying to you, welcome to the Society of Retirees. Soon you will meet some of my resident fellow crazies who are wedded to the philosophy that sooner or later we are all going to die, but we are not going to retire. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Dr. Grenville Phillips, the progenitor. We're joined by a number of retirees. Roxanne, I'm not classing you among this next group. I will call over 1, 2, 3, about 150 years of journalism are with us via Zoom, because I see the venerable Tony Best, Vic Fernandez, market vendor, and several other hats, sometimes Tom Adams from the Beyond, have joined us. But Rox, you wanted to say something more before I went to that break and to bring in Dr. Phillips. So good morning to you, gentlemen. It's still morning, yes. And Rox, you have the honor of being joined by the Society of Retirees, 150 years of journalism and counting.
That's certainly a great honor in the company of Tony Best and Vic Finance. And yes, I am a member of the Associates of Retired Persons. Yes.
That's what it's called? Okay.
No, I just wanted to, end off, because I know they're all waiting, to talk about David and his success with Brass Tacks. I know it was mentioned before by one or two of the other ones giving tributes, but I believe that David, there's another side to David, and he's all graces and no airs, and he's someone who listens and he engages his callers on Brass Tacks. Mind you, he doesn't suffer fools gladly, but I believe it is his personality, his presentation that has made Brass Tacks so popular and has made him one of the most, mind you, then, as I said, one of the most popular moderators on Brass Tacks.
I'm not going to doubt that.
That's safe enough. Politically correct.
He knows his callers. He knows the callers. He knows how to interact with each of them. He communicates well. He handles pressure well, because to do those programs, you really got to handle pressure. He handles his pressure well. I talked about his excellent presentation skills. He speaks calmly and deliberately, and that makes a big difference. That is him as a broadcaster. And I separate broadcast journalist from broadcaster, because you can be a broadcaster, but not necessarily a journalist.
Correct.
And so I separate the two. With David, he is a broadcaster and he is a journalist par excellence. He loves to investigate, whether it be business, politics, crime, even sport. I remember David is the only one, and they have a lot of sports people in Barbados, that managed to get, I think it was 7 or 8, David, cricket icons and legends in one room.
Yes.
In one room to interview. I mean, Sir Garfield Sobers left the golf course, because he loves to play golf. He was playing golf. He left the golf course to come and sit in a room with David and the other legends so that David could do that interview. And it was only because it was David. And David does his research. He's a fact checker. He has excellent interviewing skills. He is just the whole gamut: producer, broadcaster, researcher, editor. I mean, I don't know what else he can fit in there. So,
Retiree,
David, I want to
if we could get
say
that
that
in.
on behalf of my husband and I, we wish you many, many blessings as you move on. And I know you have interviewed him too on more than one occasion. We hope that perhaps we hope that you move on to better and higher heights. I'm sure you will. And may your walk away from Starcom into retirement be filled with few obstacles along the way. We wish you all the very best. I know that you have mentioned some things you plan to do and that we will still be hearing you on Brass Tack. I know your Brass Tack's family will be very happy to say that. But I want to say, as the song says, you did it your way, you did it well. And what can I say? Well done, David.
Thank you all very
Congrats
much.
and all the best to you.
Thank you. I have been overwhelmed by the number of calls that I've had and messages questioning whether I'm going into retirement and what I'm going to do next and that sort of thing. I can't tell you that I have fashioned all the things that I am going to do up to this point. But one thing is sure, I will continue to have some association with brass tacks. I want to start a new project. That new project will definitely be looking at current affairs matters around Barbados and the region. I remain concerned about how insular Caribbean media has become, notwithstanding all the technology that exists. I find that there are too many things that we have in common, problems and solutions to problems that you can't hear about. And everybody is just too focused almost exclusively on the people in their own country where you have examples of success that can be applied across the board. So I want to see to what extent I can bring people and situations that are relevant from one Caribbean country to another. And I believe it can hold attention once done well. So that is my major objective right now. I certainly I've heard the calls about trying to be available for people at Starcom, but I've always felt as though it's easy to be available for anybody who has an interest in trying to improve and loves what we do for a living.
I thank you as well, Roxanne, for the intervention. I said we have about 150 years of broadcasting online. Vic Fernandez is here with us via Zoom, as well as Tony Best. Now, I'm not aging these two gentlemen, but I certainly came to this company 26 years ago, and they were here. So if you had 26 to however old they are now, so you had my 26 to David's, 40? And then Vic and Tony, I won't even attempt to. We have over 150 years, I'm sure. But I want to say good morning to you two gentlemen. And I made the statement earlier that broadcasters don't fade away. I know Dr. Phillips say they don't retire, they die, but they don't even hang up their headphones. They just open radio stations and go abroad and call in as correspondents. Tony, good morning to you. I want to start with you because you're the senior in the room of seniors, and I'm told you know the careers of both David and Vic very well.
Absolutely.
They were your proteges, your juniors.
I'm not sure that my dear friend Vic Fernandez, for example, would consider me to be a senior.
Oh, okay.
A senior. But just let me start off by saying that it took David's retirement to bring us all together in this kind of environment where we pay tribute to a journalist, meaning professionalism par excellence. Let me say to you, David, and I appreciated the point that
Roxanne and Glenville in particular made, and that is the definition of retirement. Retirement doesn't mean inactivity. There was a time when you retired, they used to give you a reclining chair and a watch as a parting gift. The reclining chair supposedly was for you to sit and relax with perhaps a daiquiri in one hand and the recliner to make sure that you stay where you are and you don't get involved. I know that that does not fit David. It certainly hasn't matched or in line with my dear friend Vic, who I may say that I remember when Vic became a broadcaster in the 1960s. I think he was about 17 or 18. And he used to drive a car a little bit fast. I wouldn't say reckless, but he used to drive a car. But one of the things that stands out with David and Vic, based on my few years, 60 as a matter of fact, there's that all you had to do as a manager, supervisor, or professional, all you had to do was to mention an idea to Vic or to David, Vic in particular. And Vic would, when he agrees, of course, which he often did, his final parting words will leave it to me. I'll get it done.
We'll come back to that in just a minute, Tony, because we'll be heading shortly to have our look at what's coming up in the latest at 12:30. We go tracking the latest in just a short while. If you just join us, good morning. Welcome to you wherever you are. We are paying special tribute to station manager David Ellis as he celebrates his 65th, the time at which the company says you head into retirement. We're finding out just what retirement means to him. And we have with us Tony Best, who's now admitted that it's been 60 years in the business. Vic Fernandes, former CEO, Managing Director of Starcom Network, now head of his own station. As I said, they don't hang the headphones up. They just start new stations. We continue with this tribute to David Ellis.
You're listening to a tribute to David Ellis, a taste of achievement. We salute you on your retirement. Brought to you by
C.O. Williams, moving the earth to please, because in our work we take pride and quality we provide. Kelmart.com, the online superstore with free delivery. BWU Cooperative Credit Union Limited, you are better with us. 1359 Zen, the rejuvenation location. Lorry Dash, the original craft shop exclusively on Bay Street. Satisfy your creativity at the craft shop. Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. Solar Watts, powering the future. Carter's General Store. At Carter's, service comes naturally. Paint, lumber, hardware, and a whole lot more. Clayton's Cola Tonic. Reach for the next level. Sagicor Life. Wise financial thinking for life. Country Kitchen Essence. So full of flavor. Alcolado. Protect yourself with Glacial. Septic Solutions. Barbados' #1 grease trap and septic service. Cave Shepherd Card Services. Williams Equipment Rental. For all of your rental needs. VOB 92.9 FM. Celebrating 40 years in 2021, and Starcom Network Inc.
Do you love to create?
Yes! With glitter, feathers, ribbons, and bows.
Want to bake a cake?
Plus cookies and pies? Ooh, there goes a tingle in my toes.
Let's decorate!
With beautiful frames and floral arrangements, there's so much we could do.
So, meet you at Lorry Dash?
Like there's anywhere else to go to.
Whatever the occasion, whatever you're trying to find, visit Lorry Dash, the craft shop, to satisfy creative minds. Lorry Dash, the original craft shop exclusively on Bay Street, your one-stop shop for all your creative needs. Follow us on Facebook.
That day they entered your life was unforgettable for all the right reasons. And now you ask, how can you protect them against this big crazy world? We can help. The Sagicor Enhanced Whole Life Insurance Suite combines the full benefits of life insurance with the financial comfort of an endowment option. This suite offers flexible, affordable coverage for you and your family through all of life stages. Get started now at sagicor.com/whole-life.
Tracking the latest is brought to you in association with the Barbados Light and Power. Electricity, powering our nation's progress since 1911. Good afternoon, Stetson Bob.
Well, good afternoon to you, John. Among the stories we are tracking at this hour, the private sector happy that the economy is starting to reopen, but hope for a wider resumption of commercial activity. This as barbers and hairdressers also appeal to be allowed to open. Among the general public, there is general agreement with the phase reopening, but some wonder if it won't jeopardize efforts to control the spread of the virus. With the entertainment sector still shut down, the organization that represents Calypsonians and other artists writes government appealing for help. And Barbados and its CARICOM neighbors agreed to significantly boost food production in the region and to collaborate on tourism policy in response to challenges thrown up by the COVID-19 pandemic. Those stories and more coming up in the lunchtime edition of the latest from Starcom Network News. Stetson Babb in the Starcom Network News Center.
Thank you, Stetson. Tracking the latest was brought to you in association with the Barbados Light and Power. Electricity, powering our nation's progress since 1911.
Over 100 years of serving this country, Barbados like a power company. From Christchurch to St. Lucie, Barbados like a power company. Your satisfaction is our priority. Barbados like a power company. Here to supply all your power needs. Barbados like a power company. We're here to serve you. You can count on us. You can count on us. We're here to serve you. You can count on us. You can count on us. Over 100 years of reliability. Barbados like a power company. Your satisfaction is our priority. Barbados like a power company. You can count on us.
We can clean it for you. We can clean it for you. Your well, your pipes, your grease traps, drains, and kitchen sinks too. We can clean it for you. We can clean it for you. The grease trap man, call us, 'cause we would love to help you. Call us at 283-2959 or visit our website at greasestrapman.com for unparalleled commercial and residential cleaning services.
Consultation, customization, design, installation. Call 622-1450. Let's build a greener nation. Solar Watt. Come see what we got. Solar Watt. Saving you money. Solar Watt. You will save a lot. Solar Watt. PV energy. Looking for a PV system. Environmentally friendly. We've been good at this for over 20 years. Solar Watt high quality. 25-year warranty. While you save on electricity. Solar Watt. Come see what we got. Solar Watt. Saving you money. Solar Watt. You will save a lot. Solar Watt. PV energy. Solar Watt. Anything you have that needs a fix, we've got what you need. Indoor, outdoor, homeware, decor, Carter's takes the lead. Carter's your general store for paints, hardware, and a whole lot more. Carter's let us help you for sure with paints, hardware, and a whole lot more. The one stop for your building supplies, lawn and garden too. Owned by Bajans, loved by Bajans. Come on down, let us help you. Carter's your general store for paints, hardware, and a whole lot more.
To all policyholders of Cooperators General Insurance, as the national pause continues, kindly note that all of their physical locations will remain closed. However, they will continue to operate remotely just to serve you. Cooperators General Insurance Company Limited takes this opportunity to remind those of you who wish to renew your policies or make payments that you can do so via SurePay outlets, except courts, SurePay Online, Republic Bank Online, Cave Shepherd Card mobile app, or through the following credit unions, providing you are a member there: Barbados Workers Union Co-op Credit Union Limited, Light and Power Employees Co-op Credit Union Limited, Barbados Police Co-op Credit Union Limited, and UE KFIL Co-op Credit Union Limited. For general queries, kindly call PBX at 431-8600. To inquire about the renewal of your policy, please call 230-8863. Cooperators General Insurance Auto Response Service will continue to operate daily except within the curfew period. Contact 233-8600. Please continue to adhere to the protocols established by the authorities.
You're listening to a tribute to David Ellis, a taste of achievement with the staff of Starcom Network. Salute you.
Hi, Mr. Ellis. Alicia from Traffic. Congratulations. Congratulations on your retirement. Often people tend to think when they get this stage, it is the end of something. But really and truly, you are now beginning. Your biggest challenge of life is now about to start. Please enjoy it. Enjoy it. Relax. Once again, happy retirement.
As one of the youngest members of the Starcom News family, you've always been a good listener and a good role model for me, leading me in my professional journey. Your service to the journalism profession is on record as being exemplary and will not go unnoticed. You've inspired many journalists, including myself, and I want to thank you, Mr. Ellis, for all your guidance and happy retirement.
Hey there, this is Warren Fort, aka John Doe from Hot 95.3 FM. Just wanted to say a couple words of thanks, really. Thank you, David, for everything. Everything, really. Your years of service, especially the confidence you placed in me as an announcer doing my duty on Hot FM. I really appreciate that. And thank you for being the kind of person that you are as well. Very stand-up kind of guy. And it's not easy to find people like that in this business in these times. So once again, thank you for everything. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And hope you enjoy your retirement. Enjoy. Be good.
Laverne Walks Advertising. David Ellis. Mr. Ellis, I want to join with you in celebrating this tremendous milestone. Through the years, you have cultivated a rich legacy, and I am overjoyed to have been a part of it. Upon joining the Starcom Network team, and to this day, you have made me feel welcomed, and my opinion valued. You are a true leader, strong and decisive when needed, and yet your doors has always been open for new ideas, heart-to-heart conversation and problem solving. Though you may be retiring from your physical post, your legacy remains in the people, the programs, and the policies you have helped and shaped. Mr. Ellis, I wish you a happy, healthy, and enjoyable retirement. David No Nonsense Ellis.
Well, Dennis.
Members of Starcom Network Incorporated, in this tribute to David Ellis.
Dennis.
And via Zoom, we have Vic Fernandez and Tony Best. Yes, David.
I want to have John pull up a clip there. It is
I gave it to him.
Fine.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's ready, let me tell you the background to this. And it says that throughout my career, I have, as you said and recognized, interviewed a whole set of people.
Mm-hmm.
But one afternoon outside Parliament, I met this man who was having a couple of drinks, and we were all there waiting to see Mark Williams go up the steps of Parliament, having been elected to represent St. Michael Northwest. A big occasion. So I, as usual, would be walking with my microphone and my machine to get whatever I could and then put together a report, one type or the other. And here is what I got from this man.
By the time I got there, the pomp and the ceremony was all over. Yet there were about 20 people outside the East Gate who'd come to get a glimpse of what was happening on the inside of the Parliament building's yard. Two of them were particularly noisy, apparent victims of an overindulgence in some of what the nearby bar was selling, and one of them spoke with us.
I was here for a reason, and for what reason I do not know. I was over in a shop drinking some liquor. I understood that the opening was today. So fortunately, I turned around and said, well, look, let me see what the procession is going to be like.
How many drinks you had before you come out?
Oh, a conglomerate amount. What causes me to drink is my thirst.
What did you drink?
Oh, I had beer only.
Well, you had to have many beers.
Oh, knock it off.
You had a whole forest of beers,
yeah. Forest of beers. They were ugly like you.
That is what you call a taste of journalistic excellence. Verbosity at its best, as only alcoholic beverage can produce in the precincts of Parliament, no less. But David, Vic, and Tony, this is an area that I think, Vic, you and Tony, I don't know if David was part of the CBC team at the time, but that Palmetto Square area also has a story as part of the history of the development of broadcasting in Barbados, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes, it does. In that it was at one point it was the commercial headquarters of CBC. Right. But before I forget, two things. One, Dennis keeps, I don't know if he wants to parcel me out somewhere, but he keeps talking about this retire. I'm up at 4 o'clock every morning doing something I've never done in my life, and that is prepare news. And I'm working all day long, so I don't know where he's retiring me to. But I just want to say very quickly, and I know I had a lot of your time this morning, so I don't want to hog the thing. I just want to say something about the previous speaker, Tony Best, who hadn't finished his point. I just want to say I was in fact 17 when they gave me that newscast to read. And Tony Best was the editor, by the way, at CBC. And we were the newsroom, radio, it was Radio Barbados then. It was not CBC Radio, it was Radio Barbados. The radio station was at Black Rock at the Palmetto, at the Lazaretto. Mm-hmm. And the TV studio and station was up at the transmitter site in Sturgis. And you had to drive at night on the way up to the Sturgis, sometimes with the news editor, Tony Best, in the front, typing the scripts and handing them to you in the back seat while you try to read them with Jimmy, the driver, and the vehicle bouncing around. And you went up to Sturgis and you read that news. So yes, I would have to blame Tony Best for my having read news. What kind of madman would put a 17-year-old the news? When I was finished reading that newscast at night, Dennis, and I tried to get up, I couldn't get up out of the chair. I remember the floor manager saying to me, "It's over, you can get up now," but I couldn't move because my legs would not support me.
You needed a conglomerate amount of beers.
No, I didn't have a conglomerate amount of anything. But I want to say one thing, and I wanted to do this publicly for a long time. I want to say that I worked with Tony Best twice. Tony Best was the news editor of CBC, and then a couple of years later, Tony migrated to the States, and then he came back in 1977. And I want to say that hands down, the best general manager I ever worked under was Tony Best. And yeah, I would say to him, I got it, and I leave it to me because he trusted me. He gave me that confidence. I remember when Tony Best had a brand new Datsun car, high-end car, and Ronald Reagan was coming to Barbados. And knowing my love of driving as a frustrated rally driver, that he gave me the keys to his car and told me I could go off to the airport, I could do the reports, me and the late Leslie Sion would have to, because I would have to rush from the airport and then get back down to the Lara Court. And the fellas allowed me to go on the runway at the airport with Tony Bess's car. I mean, he really had to be a trusted general manager. But hands down, the best general manager CBC has ever had in my time at CBC. And CBC was turned around in that period. We went from a bastard system to color to NTSC. A whole range of things took place under Tony Bess's leadership. And he gave me the opportunity. I think I was probably the youngest station manager, probably in the history of the Caribbean. I was 27 when I was made station manager. So I just wanted to thank Tony Bess. I've never done this publicly. And I just want to thank him for giving me that opportunity and to say it really was a great ride to work with you, Tony, at CBC. And it helped me to define who I am as a broadcaster.
Right. Tony, that's your lead in. That's about as good as you can get it. You were telling us about your interactions with David.
Yes. Let me say that to David, that there are some definitions of retirement. One is that you can your opportunity to relax and to sleep late and to reminisce a lot about the days when you reached the heights of your professionalism. But listening to the young people who are paying tribute to you, it should be a source of satisfaction and pride, because it means that your legacy is living on. And your legacy is living on in the young people who pause for a second and to say, look, I appreciate what you have done. Now, that will continue because the other side of retirement is activity. You can be really a very active person, productive, and people would pause and ask, I thought he was retiring. What happened to him? I'm sure that my dear friend Vic Finance, and I thank you, Vic, for the kind comments that you made. You're very generous.
Truth.
As for David, I recall when David was out of Radio Antilles, there were people across the Caribbean who used to say that young man is destined for significant achievement, and so true. It reminds me of a story that I once was in Washington, and I went to an old friend, spent an evening with an old friend of mine, and we were talking about everything. My friend was a golfer, and he said, I want you to meet, I want you to see this person. I think that he is going to be the outstanding golfer of the world. He introduced a lot of people to this gentleman and this superstar. And the superstar was no person other than Tiger Woods. In a lot of ways, David, journalists see you in the same breath as what Tiger Woods is to golf than you are to broadcasting. And that is no mean achievement, to be spoken of in the same breath as Tiger Woods and so on. One of the things that
the voice of one veteran comparing David to another star, Tony Best and We return to Tony, his comments, his recollections on this special tribute to David Ellis as we head to our news time at 12:30. Wanted us at this point, just before we continue with the live part, to listen to some of the tributes sent in from those who have supported Starcom Network in no small measure to the work of station manager David Ellis and the programs he's produced over time. One of them, Sagicor's early business. We hear from Paul Innes, the Executive Vice President, General Manager, Barbados, Executive Manager, Corporate of Sagicor.
As we embark on a profession, we all set out to do our best. In that pursuit, some of us lose faith early on, some forge forward valiantly, and some achieve the greatness we originally set our sights on. But then there are the few, the 1%, who are simply so outstanding that they go on to redefine what it means to be the best at their chosen profession. With their own unique and indelible style, they make such a mark that they become a milestone in the history of that profession for years after they have left it. They are the ones whose contribution lives on as legendary. Such has been the work of the incomparable David Ellis to the mediascape of Barbados. And we at Sagicor are pleased to join with the business community, the media fraternity, Barbados, and indeed the Caribbean in celebrating David's life's work as he embarks on his journey into retirement. David Ellis is a household name in journalism and a fixture in the Barbadian household. His penchant for investigative journalism and his prowess as an interviewer fused together to make the popular Down to Brass Tacks the cornerstone of daytime radio it is today. During his days as host and moderator, he would turn the spotlight on critical issues of the day, holding many a foot to the fire and insisting that the facts be revealed and laid at the feet of the wider public. Over his 40 years in the field, he was pivotal in building the reputation of VOB 92.9, helping it to rise to the prominence and gain the respect of its fans and competitors alike. David's influence was also felt outside of the River Road studio, lending his skills to several organizations, of which we at Sagicor were one. Sagicor has benefited tremendously from his consultation on several projects, from our demutualization to the celebration of our 175th anniversary. At Sagicor, we have also been a long-standing sponsor of his program, Early Business, a partnership that lasted for over 10 years and counting. To one of Barbados's most veteran broadcasters, we say thank you for your stewardship. We are honored to have worked with you during your tenure. Though your departure will leave a void, we know that you will continue to lend your talents to the development of journalism and media. David, we wish you all the best on your next chapter and cannot wait to see what you will achieve next.
That's Paul Innes, the Executive Vice President, General Manager, Barbados of Sagicor. And I spoke of the involvement of David in several of our programs and the sponsorship of those programs. One of the programs that we've done with the assistance of Williams Industries Incorporated is Brass Tack Sunday. Again, one of those programs developed through the minds of David Ellis and Vic Fernandez, who turned what was at the time point at issue into a point at issue with a call-in element, because the demand was there for a different type of programming on Sunday.
I want to talk a little bit about that, Dennis, because that was a very significant decision that was made. When we came up with the idea of doing Brass Tack Sunday, we came up against a whole set of opposition, and Vic will remember that. The then Prime Minister was bitterly opposed to it. He actually queried, what would Sundays be like, having to put up with brass tacks and that sort of thing. What we did, therefore, was to make sure that Brass Tack Sunday was not the same as Brass Tacks Monday to Friday, which is an open program, and that we establish a specific topic on that particular day. And that is the format that it has continued to take since then. But it was not born in less than hostile circumstances, I can assure you.
I'm glad you put it that way, David.
Dennis, I got one of those phone calls from the former Prime Minister. Nicholas, Nick, I get a break from what it's all. I got David Ellis in my plate all day long. You know, on Sundays I can't get rest.
I wish you people would not.
No Prime Minister.
I wish you people would. But I tell you, one of the interesting things, though, is that it again underlines the risk taking that David Ellis did, because I started by saying, they called him the gamble, or they called me David Ellis's gamble when I slipped into the chair. So it's obvious that he didn't mind gambling from time to time. I mean, approaching a gentleman at a bar after having a conglomerate amount of...
You like that piece?
Oh, yeah. But, I wondered if you were going to find it, because I wanted to hear it as well.
The problem is I have a lot of material that has been developed over the years. Some of them on cassette, some of them on CD, mini disc. Mini disc came only for a short period.
It was like 8 tracks in cars.
But the quality
came
was
and
good.
went.
The quality was really good. And we still have a lot of material to run off, which can be very useful going into the future. It really a lot of it should be the National Archive, I can tell you that, because these are people, significant players at the time, who had a lot to say about where Barbados was, where Barbados should be going, apart from things like Taste of Achievement and stuff like that. So I hope to be able to work with Starcom and trying to get a lot of that material digitized, because that's the best way of storing it,
Well, we head to the latest from Starcom Network News, the 12:30 edition, and we continue with this tribute to David Ellis, station manager, on this Friday edition of Down to Brass Tacks. We invite you to stay with us, because when we come out of the news, we'll have some more tributes. You'll have a chance to interact as well. And we'll, of course, have the input of David, something he likes to call bringing balance. There's going to be an interesting twist to the balance of the Friday edition of Down to Brass Tacks.
Tony, how have you been, man?
Oh, man, I'm enjoying myself. Trying to ensure that I don't go out, and if I go, it is for a particular purpose.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I'm hearing you very well. I'm hearing what you're saying, but the music in the background is a bit loud, so I can't really hear you very well. But I got the gist of what you said. But hope to see you when you're down in Barbados. We haven't seen each other for a while.
All I would say is that when next I get to Barbados,
In the lunchtime edition, the private sector happy that the economy is starting to reopen, but hope for wider resumption of commercial activity. This is barbers and hairdressers appeal to be allowed to resume work. Among the general public, general agreement with the phase reopening, but some wonder if it won't jeopardize efforts to control spread of the virus. And we also have tributes to a broadcasting icon. Good afternoon, I'm Stetson Babb. This is The Latest.
The lunchtime edition of the latest from Starcom Network News is brought to you in association with CIBC First Caribbean International Bank and the Insurance Corporation of Barbados. Always there when you need us most.
When we use our passion to create something special, we cherish the experience that brings the result. It isn't always smooth sailing, but that's the beauty of it. Because through experience and the help of knowledgeable partners, we learn and grow together. And we dream bolder dreams for the future, confident that your passion and our expertise will bring an ever bright tomorrow. ICBL, always there when you need us most.
Whenever you want, wherever you are, for all your banking needs, we make it easy. CIBC, First Caribbean, we've got all your banking solutions. CIBC, First Caribbean. CIBC, First Caribbean.
The Barbados Private Sector Association welcomes the phased reopening of the country on March 1st. Chairman of the BPSA, Edward Clark, tells Starcom Network News they understand the government's decision to reopen gradually, but he looks forward to a wider resumption of commercial activity.
It is not the 100% that we would like, but we understand the government's phased approach at this time. Would also have liked to see a little extension in the hours in the week, but for now the curfew is what it is. But we are very happy to see the Saturday opening for the supermarkets and shops, and it should sort of ease the congestion. I still think that there's still a lot less hours of opening available to the public, and we look forward to the further extension as time goes on. But this is certainly an improvement over what we have.
The Barbados Association of Retailers, Vendors and Entrepreneurs welcomes the government's decision to allow vendors to operate from Monday. And the President, Alistair Alexander, also tells Starcom Network News he agrees with the decision to ban food vendors from the highways.
The highway is not the pedestrian streets of Bridgetown. The possibility of a catastrophic accident taking out a vendor or patrons is extremely high when vehicles are traveling at over 80 kilometers an hour. So while Barvin deeply sympathizes with the circumstances that lead people to sell there, Barvin is very happy that government has moved to guarantee their safety and the safety of all.
Among the individual vendors, there's a sense of relief after a month-long disruption of their roadside business. But a coconut vendor we spoke to took that disruption in stride.
I get a bit elated about going back out. It was quite hard, but the government gonna do what they gotta do, you know what I mean? In 2 years, but they go do as they say and play the methods, At the same time, they gotta watch the statistic cases, corona cases, you know what I mean? That's how I feel about it.
And he shared the Prime Minister's concern about some of his colleagues who leave their discarded shells on the roadside.
Well, that's real disgusting. I myself is a brother, and I do a policy. And I see other people doing it, and they may understand that can get the wrong attention. You know what I mean? That can get the attention that you don't need. You know what I mean? So I against it too. I against left shells. I do a policy. You know what I mean? So I don't see other people show policy.
But some other self-employed people, like barbers and hairdressers, have not been allowed to reopen just yet. And people in that sector say being out of work for this extended period has been extremely hard on them. Barber Ian Bob says he understands what the Prime Minister is saying, but there has to be some way to allow them to earn a living.
There can be area for us to return to work, also following the protocols and taking the necessary precautions. It's a must to have the healthcare professionals and the quality visit salons and barbershops to make sure that these steps are being taken and followed. It's the same way we were operating from the last lockdown. Only difference will be a greater presence from the teams. This is causing dramatic pressure on families. Also, we have to look at people mental state of mind.
This is the Lunchtime Edition.
The lunchtime edition of the latest from Starcom Network News is brought to you in association with CIBC First Caribbean International Bank and the Insurance Corporation of Barbados, always there when you need us most.
When we use our passion to create something special, we cherish the experience that brings the result. It isn't always smooth sailing, but that's the beauty of it. Because through experience and the help of knowledgeable partners, we learn and grow together. And we dream bolder dreams for the future, confident that your passion and our expertise will bring an ever bright tomorrow. ICBL, always there when you need us most.
Among the public, there is general agreement with the phased reopening, but some are also concerned that it puts at risk efforts to control the spread of the virus.
It is definitely the best way to handle a reopening, taking into consideration the number of COVID cases we've been having over the last 2 weeks.
It's hard on some people because some people home for 2 weeks and they don't have any money, no food in house or anything. So it's a good thing that should they open it back the country because the vaccine is in and that will help. So it's a good thing that she did open back the country.
I am in agreement with the phase opening because the government cannot take care of the citizens of Barbados all the time. We have to be responsible for our own selves and stop depending on government to do this and government to do that.
Even though that I am a supporter of trying to contain the virus and having the lockdown and all of that there, I don't really think that the phase reopening is going to curtail the increase in COVID incidences in Barbados.
With the entertainment sector likely to remain closed for the foreseeable future, the president of the Barbados Association of Calypsonians and Entertainers, Sean Apache Carter, has written the government explaining their plight and seeking to find out what further assistance can be offered.
We would have sent off letters to the Prime Minister's office and to Minister John King 2 weeks ago, highlighting the plight of the situation specifically for entertainers. Government, they have tight financial constraints at this time, fully understood. But at the same time, we also saw that the $750 per week that was given to some small businesses and to some shopkeepers, money was found to extend that to the shopkeepers and the nail technicians and the barber salons, etc. But there are many entertainers who would not have worked since March last year. Now, from March last year to now, that's like 9 months. 9 months as compared to 1 month. There's no comparison. So many entertainers have exhausted their savings.
Barbados Prime Minister May Amor Motley says she and other CARICOM heads have agreed to try to quickly ramp up food production in response to the challenges thrown out by the COVID-19 pandemic. They're also looking to coordinate tourism policy. Ms. Motley was speaking following the 2-day virtual meeting of CARICOM heads that ended yesterday.
We took other critical decisions with respect to food security, which has become a major issue at this time, particularly with the disruption in production and supply across the world. One of our Caribbean neighbors shared the difficulty that they had accessing certain types of food earlier in the year. And to that extent, we are adamant as a region that what we set ourselves as a target for 2025 in terms of food security really ought to be brought forward. That was that we should produce at least 25% of our own food in the region by 2025. And that therefore by 2022, we need to see an appreciable improvement in our output in agriculture.
Well, tributes flowed as Starcom Network today honored retiring station manager David Ellis. Today's Down to Brass Tacks call-in program featured numerous heartfelt and glowing tributes from many current and former media colleagues, including Julian Rogers, Roxanne Gibbs, Branker, Dr. Alison Leacock, and Vic Fernandez, who all hailed him for his stellar work as a broadcast journalist over the past 40 years.
Brilliant as a journalist, brilliant in the execution of his news product, ensuring that you have news tailored to suit the particular style of the particular station. No question about it. The premier electronic media journalist in Barbados over the last 40 years, hands down, David Ellis. Can't take that away from him. Hope one day that you will join me along with the other Hall of Fame broadcasters in that hall and that wall of fame at the Caribbean Broadcasting Union.
Vic Fernandez. Our top stories. The Barbados private sector happy that the economy is starting to reopen, but they also hope for a wider resumption of commercial activity. This is barbers and hairdressers appeal to be allowed to resume work as well. Among the public, general agreement with the phase reopening, but some wonder if it will not jeopardize efforts to control spread of the virus. With the entertainment sector still shut down, the organization that represents Calypsonians and other artists writes government appealing for help. Barbados and its CARICOM neighbors agree to significantly boost food production and to collaborate on tourism policy in response to challenges thrown up by the COVID-19 pandemic. And tributes flow for broadcasting icon David Ellis on his retirement. The lunchtime edition of the latest from Starcom Network News. Starcom Network, a member of the OCM Group. I'm Stetson Babb. Good afternoon.
The lunchtime edition of the latest from Starcom Network News was brought to you in association with CIBC First Caribbean International Bank and the Insurance Corporation of Barbados, always there when you need us most. Listen to the latest news or catch up on news stories at starcomnetwork.net. You may also WhatsApp add me to 256-6397 to receive breaking news.
Is this the dagger? This is the 1240 edition of the latest sports and Paul Mears. There are reports that efforts are on to halt the Guyana Cricket Board elections, which were scheduled to be held today. This after High Court Judge Justice Franklin Holder refused the last-minute attempt by Anand Sanasi to stop the elections yesterday.
There's an attempt at the highest level to stop the elections. I'm told that a lot of pressure has been placed on the counties that will be voting. The Minister of Sports is expected to meet with the President of Guyana on the matter. Lots of telephone calls made last night, and it looks as if the elections that are supposed to be held today may not take place.
Barbados Pride and Leeward Islands are doing battle at this hour in the 5th place playoff in the Super 50 Cup. Live coverage is continuing on the Beat 104. Guyana Jaguars captain Leon Johnson says Shimwan Hetmeyer has been encouraged by team management to place a higher value on his wicket following cheap dismissals during the ongoing regional Super 50 Cup. Debate is raging over the condition of the pitch for India's two-day test win over England. Former England batsmen Kevin Peterson and Mark Butcher shared different views.
But if I were a groundsman and I'd been responsible for the second pitch in Chennai and this pitch here, I'd be embarrassed to show my face at the end-of-year Christmas party for groundsmen because they were shockers. If the ball is going through the surface from the first over of the first day, you know, something that should happen as you get into the afternoon of day 4 in test matches, then I'm afraid it's not good enough. I don't care whether it spins, seams, whatever.
But that's what the ICC looks at. If your wicket is dangerous, that's when you start to look at deducting points. There's nothing dangerous about this.
Impressive wins for two Barbadian college athletes competing at the SWAC Indoor Championships for Prairie View A&M University. Nathan Crawford Wallace won the triple jump with an impressive leap of 14.86 meters. At the same meet, Matthew Clark won the 200, clocking 21.38 seconds. Manchester United will play 7-time champions AC Milan in the last 16 of the Europa League. Arsenal battle Greek side Olympiacos. Tottenham will play Croatian side Dynamo Zagreb, while Rangers have been drawn against Czech sides Slavia Prague. Jamaica's senior athletes will get a chance to grace the newly laid track at the National Stadium this weekend as track and field returns to the island after the government finally granted permission for the return of the sport. Red Bull's Max Verstappen says he's realistic about his chances of battling for the title against Lewis Hamilton and Mercedes this year. The Dutchman says he did not want to hype things up after driving Red Bull's new car for the first time at Silverstone. That's the latest from Starcom Network Sports. I'm Paul Mears. Good afternoon.
You're listening to a tribute to David Ellis, a taste of achievement. We salute you on your retirement. Brought to you by
C.O. Williams, moving the earth to please, because in our work we take pride and quality we provide. Calmart.com, the online superstore with free delivery. BWU Cooperative Credit Union Limited, you are better with us. 1359 Zen, the rejuvenation location. Lorry Dash, the original craft shop exclusively on Bay Street. Satisfy your creativity at the craft shop. Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. Solar Watts, powering the future. Carter's General Store. At Carter's, service comes naturally. Paint, lumber, hardware, and a whole lot more. Clayton's Cola Tonic, reach for the next level. Sagicor Life, wise financial thinking for life. Country Kitchen Essence, so full of flavor. Alcolado, protect yourself with Glacial. Septic Solutions, Barbados' #1 grease trap and septic service. Cave Shepherd Card Services. Williams Equipment Rental, for all of your rental needs. VOB 92.9 FM, celebrating 40 years in 2021, and Starcom Network Inc.
As we all know, the safest place to shop is from the comfort of your home. Calmart.com allows you to shop for just about everything and have it delivered for free. Calmart is a 100% online superstore. Whether you're looking for hardware, household, or even grocery items, you'll find it all at Calmart.com. There's no need to join any club to start shopping and receiving rewards. Go to Calmart.com today to see all the fantastic items you can purchase with just the click of a mouse.
Shop at Calmart. Country Kitchen. I'm on pure vanilla. Country Kitchen. So full of flavor. Country Kitchen. Taste you remember. Loving the Country Kitchen.
Country Kitchen essences are so full of flavor and include vanilla, almond, pear, aniseed, and mixed, and more. Plus, Barbados Blackstrap molasses. They're fresh, delightful quality at an amazing price you'll love. So when you're mixing, shaking, and baking in your kitchen, make it Country Kitchen.
Loving the Country Kitchen.
Do you love to create?
Yes! With glitter, feathers, ribbons, and bows.
Want to bake a cake?
Plus cookies and pies? Ooh, there goes a tingle in my toes.
Let's decorate!
With beautiful frames and floral arrangements, there's so much we could do.
So, meet you at Lorry Dash?
Like there's anywhere else to go to.
Whatever the occasion, whatever you're trying to find, visit Lorry Dash, the craft shop, to satisfy creative minds. Lorry Dash, the original craft shop exclusively on Bay Street, your one-stop shop for all your creative needs. Follow us on Facebook.
1359 Zen, the rejuvenation location. Come experience some of the latest trends in health and wellness. Stop pain and improve health without drugs with red light therapy and PMF therapy. Meditate with the mind machine. Use the Saluma device to treat acne, reduce wrinkles, and get younger looking skin. We also offer massages, manicures, pedicures, and facials. Treat yourself to our one-of-a-kind PFC massage to reduce cellulite. Call Charmaine at 850-1359. Also 1359 Zen on Facebook and Wellness 1359 Zen on Instagram.
We can clean it for you. We can clean it for you. Your well, your pipes, your grease traps, drains, and kitchen sinks too. We can clean it for you. We can clean it for you. The grease trap man, call us, 'cause we would love to help you.
Call us at 283-2959 or visit our website at greasetrapman.com for unparalleled commercial and residential cleaning services.
Anything you have that needs a fix, we've got what you need. Indoor, outdoor, homeware, decor, Carter's takes the lead. Carter's, your general store for paints, hardware, and a whole lot more. Carter's, let us help you for sure with paints, hardware, and a whole lot more. The one stop for your building supplies, lawn and garden too. Owned by Bajans, loved by Bajans. Come on down, let us help you. Carter's, your general store for paints, hardware, and a whole lot more.
The Cape Shepherd Card team wishes to advise that its offices and payment centers remain closed. During this time, all communication should be directed to CS Card Service at caveshepherd.com or via chatbot at www.caveshepherdcreditcard.com/contact-us. Card payments can now be made at participating SurePay locations or online via CIBC First Caribbean, Scotiabank, RBC Royal Bank, Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited, and SurePay Online. Kindly note that your account number will be required for online and over-the-counter payments and can be accessed via the Cave Shepherd Card mobile app or CS online service. The Cave Shepherd team kindly asks for your patience and understanding during this period and encourages you to remain safe. Cave Shepherd Card is a member of the Cave Shepherd Group of Companies.
That day they entered your life was unforgettable for all the right reasons. And now you ask, how can you protect them against this big crazy world? We can help. The Sagicor Enhanced Whole Life Insurance Suite combines the full benefits of life insurance with the financial comfort of an endowment option. This suite offers flexible, affordable coverage for you and your family through all of life stages. Get started now at sagicor.com/whole-life.
You're listening to A Tribute to David Ellis, a taste of achievement with the staff of Starcom Network. Salute to you.
Terry Jones, Group Head of Technology, The Nation Group of Companies. I have had the privilege of working directly with David Ellis over the past 7 years. It is one thing to know David Ellis the journalist, another to know David Ellis the man. He portrayed a calm, methodical way of managing. His succinct analysis of issues of the day were a joy to behold firsthand, as well as his mastery of the use of the verbal gymnastics of tone and inflection. There is nothing like making your submissions around a management table and then hearing his calm, assured voice summarizing, dissecting, and ultimately deciding on the best course of action. His leaving will certainly leave a huge void for us. If there's any caveat that we can take away, it is the example that has been set. The benchmark for journalism can now be measured against a career that transcended prime ministers and governments. There was a constant and relenting quest for the truth and the facts. Even though I know his wise counsel will just be a phone call or WhatsApp away, there is still a tinge of sadness on his retirement. David, I wish you all the best in your retirement. Happy retirement, sir. You have journeyed long and hard, but it has not been in vain.
Happy retirement, David. This is Christina Hines, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank you for bringing me into the Brass Tacks family. I thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity, and I'm truly appreciative of having the opportunity to have worked with you, even if for a little bit. I thank you for your guidance. I thank you for throwing me in the deep end for the slight disagreements that we have had, and I hope that I will continue to be able to work with you even while you are in retirement. Take this time to relax, enjoy yourself, and I wish you the happiest of retirements.
As a young journalist, I've always been inspired by your tenacity to go after the truth and how you listen and bring the issues affecting the common man to the fore. You've done the profession a great service and will be leaving big shoes to fill. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors.
This is Romain Lovell, Marketing Executive of the Nation Group of Companies. David, I continue to stand amazed at the impact that you've had in your career. I still see to qualify myself as one who can speak on behalf of the younger local demographic, and I believe you've certainly had an impact on us, especially seeing the way that you embrace new ideas and technology, even in the implementation of Zoom to facilitate the Brass Tacks program, for instance. I think that your love for people as well also comes out a bit more than you might even realize, and I am of the firm belief that any leader who is willing to lead must be willing to follow, and I can truly say that I've seen you demonstrate great leadership throughout my tenure with the Nation, being your colleague. I'm not quite sure yet how you intend to tackle retirement, but I look forward to seeing how you enter this new period of your life in a manner that I am sure will only further solidify your footprint on and beyond local soil. So I declare God's abundant blessings on you as you enter retirement, David, and I pray that you do enjoy it.
This is Curtis Hines from 18 Productions, and having worked with Mr. Ellis for over 20 years, one incident stands out clearly in my mind. There was a fire in Bridgetown and the smoke could have been seen for miles. A listener from Martindale's Road, which was about 1 minute's walk from the affected area, called the newsroom to inquire what was going on. And having been told, his response was, "Okay, but I'll wait to get the real confirmation from David Ellis. When Mr. Ellis did in fact do a comprehensive live report minutes later, the listener then called back to inform us that yes, indeed, there was a fire, because he had heard David Ellis speaking about it on VOB. Little has changed in the last 20 years in this regard, because for thousands of Barbadians, nothing is true or accurate unless David Ellis says so. Happy retirement, David.
Hello, Mr. Ellis. This is Tedroy Clark, Traffic Administrator here at Starcom Network. It was great working with you and learning from you especially. You will be missed for sure. Happy retirement.
Hi, I'm Ken Husbands. Working with David Ellis for upwards of 30 years has been a literary education. For David always did speak with the accuracy of a wizard, but to the simplicity of a child. And as he turns the next phase of his life, I just want to leave this little bit of advice with him that has served over decades. Never a lender nor a borrower be, for loan loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. But most above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, that thou canst not then be false to any man. Adieu, my friend, adieu, adieu.
Thank you, John. A tribute to David Ellis, a taste of achievement on this, his 65th birthday on the Friday edition of Down to Brass Tacks. Just before we went to the news break, I made reference to Brass Tacks Sunday and the tenacity of David and Vic in bringing what was then pointed issue into the program we now have called Brass Tacks Sunday. And despite the challenges they may have faced from the political directorate, the business community came to its support. Williams Industries Incorporated has been associated with Brass Tacks Sunday for, I think, almost its entire existence. So it's only fair that we hear from the chairman of Williams Industries Incorporated, Mr. Ralph Busy Williams.
Good morning, listeners. My name is Busy Williams, and I'm here to pay a tribute to David Ellis prior to his retirement from Starcom Network. I'm not doing this because I respect David for his work only, but also because he's actually a friend of mine. And he was among those who helped me to celebrate my wedding on the 14th of August, 2007. So long before David was a heavy hitter, we were friends. Then, of course, I respected him as a fair-minded journalist who always seemed to be willing to listen to the voice of ordinary people in Barbados and to speak to them clearly, although he did not agree with every view that was expressed. David was always willing to listen. That is the reason why Williams Industries has always supported the Brass Tacks program on Sunday, simply because we think that it is very essential for the voice of the ordinary Barbadian to be heard and to be listened to. Just this morning, I was looking at a few comments made about David over the years, and he has taken on some really thorny issues in this island fearlessly. I have, for example, I remember when he took on the doctors in Barbados for issuing certificates for 2 weeks and so on for 2 sneezes. And that was quite controversial. Uh, it, I believe you have to be a pretty fearless guy to do that. Now, the next issue that David took on was the issue of listening to blogs or paying attention to those blogs that were fairly written and you could check their accuracy. Another comment I heard was, are Bajan blogs under attack? Did David Ellis speak out on behalf of the beleaguered media practitioners of Barbados? These are things that cause me to respect the man. He's not only has his opinion, but he's prepared to listen to other opinions and express a view on them. And very often David will say that I do not agree with you, but you have the right to your opinion, which of course is the hallmark of a good journalist. So the fact that we have been having discussions in Barbados about the role of blogs and so on is largely to the credit of David Ellis, and secures his position as being head and shoulder among counterparts in the business of journalism. So I'm wishing David a very successful future after he retires. I am not a guy who dwells a lot on retirements, because David is a very, very bright individual who will move on from wherever he is now. And I don't think he's going to be on the beach sitting down doing nothing. So I wish him all the very best for the future, he and his family. And I hope we will catch up after his retirement, and we'll share some views. I'm sure he will not agree with all of my views, but he will give me a chance to express them. He will listen, and I'll hear his. Thank you very much for allowing me to come on the program and say a little tribute to my friend David Ellis. He's a very respected journalist in Barbados, and I'm sorry to see that he will be departing from the Brass Tacks program as the top moderator, without doubt, on that program. Thank you very much indeed.
The chairman of Williams Industries Incorporated, Ralph Busy Williams, in our tribute to David Ellis. And we continue as we head into the final hour of Down to Brass Tacks. We'll, as we say, put the foot on the gas a little bit, perhaps like Vic in that vehicle that I was told used to leave skid marks in front of Presentation College, but I'll save that for another time, perhaps when Vic eventually retires. Yes?
Well, I want to take this opportunity to draw attention to another dimension of this whole business of working and stuff. You work within the context of family.
Mm-hmm.
Most people, once you're a public figure, everybody knows your business. They know that I've been twice married. And I want to say that my children, I have 3 children from my first marriage, and I have 1 daughter and a stepson in my second marriage. And I think I would not have been able to work as hard as I did and spend as much time out there had it not been for the support of my family. In particular, I think many people don't even realize that I've been married a second time for nearly 30 years. The combination of, I was married for about 7 years in the first instance, 30 years now, nearly 30 years in the second. And there had to be a lot of support that I got from my children and my wives over the years, and I want to really thank them for that support. There are a lot of people who have been in journalism and broadcasting and stuff, and basically they've had a really tough time being able to keep that side of their lives together. And I've seen people fall by the wayside, and not only in journalism but in generally in life. So I wanted to say that, and I also want to say this. Life has not been easy in this business. I think I spent a lot of my early days not focused on the internal dynamics of Starcom, but more focused on the competition. I have been a fierce competitor against CBC, but you know what? My style was different. I didn't believe in beating my chest. I believed in going out there and getting a project that they didn't have, doing something that they didn't have, and beating them on the basis of quality. I, I wasn't too caught up in the other aspect of it, but I remained a fierce competitor. I always felt, especially when I was dealing with news and current affairs, I felt that there was nothing that anybody else in Barbados could do that I couldn't do better. All right, I could conceptualize, and I'm going to implement. But along the way, it is the staff, the other members of the team. I could not be able to devote my attention to some of the things that I did if other members of the team were not supporting in a different way. I've had differences of opinion with some of them, but at the end of the day, I believe that all of those experiences have helped me, have shaped me, and have developed in me a greater appreciation and understanding. I would have made mistakes along the way, especially as a young manager, you do. But the most important thing is to be able to recognize where you have fallen down and to pick up yourself and try to move on and take this thing to a different level. I think in the last 3 years or so, one of the things that I've enjoyed most of all has been
Grandchildren.
chairing our management meetings so that people could be involved, can participate, can get a sense of the direction and the vision. Those types of things mattered to me, and I have not been without controversy. Or from time to time, I've had my controversial moments, but I want to thank all of the members of the team at Starcom, and there are several of them over the years. One of the first things that I wanted to do, and actually succeeded in doing it, was to take all of those retirees who would have been passing River Road and seeing this refurbished building that we have there and wondering what on earth is going on inside of this building. One of my proudest moments was when we invited as many of them as would come back into the building to see how it looks now and to recognize that we had not forgotten them. That to me, that was important,
And you mentioned children, very much a part of the lives of broadcasters that sometimes may feel neglected, sometimes may feel they're in competition with the job. There's some who say, they're married to both and actually feel that they're being ostracized. So let's hear from first Davney and then Kim and Ashley.
Whoa.
Yeah, I could pull a.
Hey, Dad. I do not take for granted having a father, let alone having one as great as you. I know that you have worked so hard and always done your best to put people and the truth first. And you've been my hero for my entire life, and you still are. You're an institution of broadcasting in this country, and I am so glad to see you get into this stage of your life and open this chapter. People can say whatever they like about you or your work or your career, but they can never take away the fact that you are one of the best broadcasters and journalists on the planet. You're an amazing man, an amazing father, an inspiration to me, and I love you. I want you to enjoy all of this and know that you are loved and appreciated for all that you have done and continue to do. That's for me, and I know my sisters will say the same thing. And, from the bottom of my heart, I love you, Dad. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Davney.
Of all the things you could possibly be in life, of all the tributes you could get, there is that three-lettered word, D-A-D, that means so much, I'm sure, to you, David. So, the girls?
Kim and Kerry.
I'll push you to the limit, David. Trust me.
Well, I tell you, my children used to be all over the station.
That's something I could come back to.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Dad.
Your daughter Kim here.
Your daughter Ashley here.
We just wanted to thank you for being such an amazing father to us over the years.
And we hope your birthday and your retirement are as wonderful as you have been and continue to be. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
We love you.
Wow.
The reason why I said I would jump into that is because one of the things I saw, one of the transformations I saw here at Starcom Network, and as we bid, we'll get a couple of the old heads to head off. I know Vic wants to drop off as well as Tony, because we have some of the moderators lined up as we go into this, and we got a message from Noel Wood as well, and some other tributes. But I have to say this, one of the changes I saw here in Starcom Network, again under the guidance of you and Vic, was the creation of a room for the Starcom babies, if you wanted to call them that. And because there's so many young people that I saw in and out of the studio, and as I watched them grow in the years I've been here, I see them now, young ladies, young gentlemen, with some with their own families, some going into their own careers. But to me, they are the Starcom family, because I've seen, some of them literally in diapers holding on to daddy's pants. And I didn't see yours that much, but there's some over the years, the ladies in accounts. And the Starcom family is part and parcel of this story that perhaps the public will not see and hear. And I'm glad you said that they used to run more the station with you. And that's a fact, Vic, isn't it, as you head off?
I must tell you, that Ashley is the last one to be born.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember going to do an interview with Owen Arthur soon after he was sworn in as Prime Minister at government headquarters with Ashley in a what do you call a bassinet or what?
Right, yeah, correct. It's called the perks of the job, David. Anyway, I want to thank Vic and I want to thank Tony for joining us for this segment and staying with us. And thanks for the tribute and the memories. Thank you both.
Thank you, Dennis,
thank you both, gentlemen.
Yes, I'd forgotten about the playroom for the kids.
The playroom for the kids, yeah.
It sort of made more sense than letting them run amok through the building and so on. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this amazing story here with David Ellis. It was easy to do because it was all the truth. So we still have some more mountains to climb and some more things to achieve. But well done, David. Thank you, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to be a part of it.
Well, I thank you very much. I thank you and Tony and all the other broadcasters, my colleagues who have come to share this experience, this moment with me. I think it also speaks to this, the kind of platform on which we stand as broadcasters, no matter where we serve, whether you're serving here at Starcom or if you're serving at CBC or anywhere else. We all have something in common, and we are able to respect and appreciate excellence in each other, irrespective of whether we are competitors or not. And I encourage the younger people in the media to look around. I do not believe that we should be so insular as to believe that we are the only ones who have good broadcasters. You can learn something from everyone else out there who is striving for excellence. And God knows we need to do a lot more work in that regard. So thank you all very much.
Thank you as well for
Dennis,
that, and thank you, gentlemen.
I'll take my leave of you now, Dennis, and thank
Thank
you
you.
for the opportunity to also interface with Tony Bess. As I said, best GM I ever had, and I learned a lot from him in my days at CBC. And of course, when I was in New York, only Tony Bess could find a place with Puddin' His House to take me to, and it was really authentic Puddin' His House. So thank you for that.
Thank you,
All right.
thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye,
Thanks for the memories as well. We have the CEO acting of the Nation Corporation, Mr. Noel Wood.
I feel privileged to be selected to pay tribute at this time to David Ellis, a tower in the journalism landscape in Barbados. David, you have made a significant contribution to this field, and I applaud you for that. I want to especially thank you for your contribution to the development of Stockholm and its radio stations, particularly the news and current affairs segment, which has differentiated us. And of course, the Down to Brass Tacks calling program. You are the leading light where that is concerned. My contemporaries who listen, that is, say they feel very comfortable when you're on. Your depth of knowledge and calm demeanor, sometimes in the face of the occasional infuriating and ill-informed caller, is refreshing. Not that some don't get on your thing, but anyway, personally, I want to thank you for your support during the period of my acting appointment. I appreciated your calls on meetings to update me on what was happening or the challenges you were facing, and even the proposed changes to the Brass Tacks lineup. It was so easy for you to say, I'm the expert and I don't need to consult you, but you did. And I want to thank you for that. On your journalistic skills, your name is synonymous with good journalism in Barbados and the Caribbean for that matter. Some say right now, there's none comparable. If you want a journalist to ask right questions, hard questions, and to get the information from the source, be it government official or business executive, look to David Ellis. We at Starcom and the Nation Group hope that your talents remain associated with us. And for sure, your voice is not lost on the Brass Tacks program. Anyway, you are retired now, or will be retiring very soon. You should still seek to remain active and truly find more time to do the things that you truly love. I want to wish you a long, enjoyable, and restful retirement, and I hope to see you around. God bless. Cheers.
That's the CEO acting of the Nation Group in his tribute to David Ellis on this, the special Brass Tacks Friday, looking at the achievements and challenges of David, and of course his contribution to journalism in Barbados, and indeed to Starcom Network and the OCM Group. One of the persons that I've had the pleasure of working with, certainly closely here at Starcom Network, and she's been a part of the broadcast family, and of course would also want to pay her tribute to David. And we hear now from Carol Roberts-Reef, the CEO of the National Cultural Foundation. Once a broadcaster, I suppose I can still refer to her as broadcaster. Carol?
Hello, everyone. In the business of the media, you will find that there are journalists who are very good at journalism. There are broadcasters who are very good at broadcasting, hosting programs, presenting programs, and there are producers who are very good at turning concepts into reality. It is quite rare to find someone who is very good at all three all the time. One such consummate media professional is David Ellis. He's an excellent producer, one of the best journalists to come out of the Caribbean, and certainly one of the best broadcasters that the Caribbean has produced. I met David, let me see if I will now age both of us, in 1980. I'd heard of him before because he's older than I am. I would have heard of him before, obviously. And by the time I got into broadcasting, everybody knew the name David Ellis for being balanced, for being on the cutting edge of the presentation of news, for being extremely articulate, and for always getting the best stories. And then years later, in terms of working with David Ellis at the Starcom network, what I liked most about him was that, like me, we always looked for the story behind the story. So didn't matter what was the breaking news of the day, what was the leading story of the day, you could always depend on Ellis to give you all of the stories emanating from that one activity. So whether it were a house fire, whether it were some political story, you would always get the stories behind that story, the personalities, the issues, the deeper issues, apart from the major issue that was included in the story, all of that. And you don't get many of them anymore. I understand the formality of retirement. You've got to, you get to that age, there's a formality to retirement forms and papers and all the rest. But I sincerely hope that David does not intend to walk away from the media. There's still so much for him to do. There's still so much for him to share with us. Most importantly for me on this day, there is still so much for him to teach an entire cadre of young media personnel who really need the guidance and the mentorship and that hand along that he has given to so many of us, me included, for decades. So David, I wish you a wonderful, wonderful retirement. But as I said, I also wish you the stamina, the good health, and the fortitude to reinvent yourself and come back out swinging, because this profession needs you. Best of luck.
That's Carol Roberts-Reefer, the CEO of the National Cultural Foundation broadcaster. I have one more tribute to include in this segment before we come back to our live segment where the moderators and some other personnel from the broadcast fraternity are standing by to say a few words to David. We keep it nice and tight, and then, David, you'll have the final segment pretty much all to yourself. Sorry to be monopolizing your birthday, but, Ringmaster is a new task for me, so I'm playing this one by ear. Anthony Green is the programming content manager here at Starcom Network, and he's recorded this tribute to David Ellis.
Hello, I'm Anthony Green, and I'm happy to share this tribute to David Ellis. Many things could be said of David's work of excellence and contribution as a journalist and to the broadcast industry. It really is a stellar achievement and an example of the role of media in the development of a democracy in a Caribbean context, and especially at critical moments in our country's history, such as now with this COVID-19 pandemic. There are those who have been selected to speak on those areas, but I share from the perspective of having sat on the management team at Starcom Network since 2016 under David's leadership. I can share that it was a challenging period for us, a transition in leadership, and David did bring a level of stability that was required for us to move forward. I want to select just a few areas that stood out while he was leading
this great organization. His fairness. Well, David had a way of ensuring that staff issues were fully ventilated before decisions were taken. He also gave individuals an opportunity to prove themselves, and in instances where persons needed support, he encouraged that support and guidance for them to improve. And when we did have critical issues to address, he was at the helm of ensuring that a due process was followed. Standards. Now, well, you just have to be behind the scenes when David is coordinating and producing, and it wouldn't take you long to realize that this is an individual who puts in every effort to make sure that there's a certain level of quality associated with anything that he does. Now, there is very often an intensity with which he articulates our need to maintain certain standards. And this, of course, in a world where there are real challenges associated with getting the kind of output that made many proud of high standards in the past. And indeed, it's the same in many other areas as well. But we are always motivated by David's example to rise above the challenges and deliver on quality. We have some work to do, but we also do a lot of good work here at Starcom Network. And much of that can be attributed to the legacy of David and others who have sat in these studios. And thirdly, I wouldn't say finally because we can go on, but thirdly, technology. We are talking about someone who is about to retire, but do not for 1 second think that it means being out of touch with current technological developments or even the future. In fact, you can say that David Ellis has his fair share of big boy toys, equipped with the tools and the knowledge necessary to perform many of the activities expected of a broadcaster in this digital age. You even may say that he is ahead of many of his younger colleagues in the business. He led from the front in paving the way for remote hosting of Down to Brass Tacks via Zoom to facilitate hosts such as Glenn Murray, Peter Wickham, who hosts from France, and David himself. It is an initiative that we are appreciating now with the restrictions and protocols associated with COVID-19. This is just one example, but there are many in our conversations as a management team. And of course, this is an area, as I have said, that he has exhibited strong leadership, not just now, but as far back as when I was at Barbados Community College many years ago. I had come to Starcom Network as a student knowing how to use the latest software. But at the same time, I was fortunate enough to see the older technology at work here at Starcom, carts and reel-to-reel, editing, splicing the tape, etc. But even at that time, David was already using the software that we as students were learning to use. I therefore have no doubt that he is more than able to continue his journey in his great broadcasting career as long as he chooses to. You have to respect that he now has a choice. He is a most valuable member of our team, and I surely hope that this continues as his contribution to Starcom Network, to journalism, the broadcasting fraternity, and to this country is unparalleled. And we were blessed to have had him lead our executive team. To Mr. David Ellis, I wish you a most fruitful retirement. God bless.
Thank you very much, Anthony.
That's Anthony Green, the Programming Content Manager here at Starcom Network Incorporated. We continue this tribute to David Ellis on his birthday and imminent retirement in this, the Friday edition of Down to Brass Tacks.
You're listening to a tribute to David Ellis, a taste of achievement. We salute you on your retirement. Brought to you by
C.O. Williams,
moving the earth to please, because in our work we take pride and quality we provide. Kelmart.com, the online superstore with free delivery. BWU Cooperative Credit Union Limited, you are better with us. 1359 Zen, the rejuvenation location. Lorry Dash, the original craft shop exclusively on Bay Street. Satisfy your creativity at the craft shop. Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. Solar Watts, powering the future. Carter's General Store. At Carter's, service comes naturally. Paint, lumber, hardware, and a whole lot more. Clayton's Colatonic, reach for the next level. Sagicor Life, wise financial thinking for life. Country Kitchen Essence, so full of flavor. Alcolado, protect yourself with Glacial. Septic Solutions, Barbados' #1 grease trap and septic service. Cave Shepherd Card Services. Williams Equipment Rental, for all of your rental needs. VOB 92.9 FM, celebrating 40 years in 2021. And Starcom Network Inc. Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Energy for Life. Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute of Technology, enter work with skills.
As we all know, the safest place to shop is from the comfort of your home. Kelmart.com allows you to shop for just about everything and have it delivered for free. Kelmart is a 100% online superstore. Whether you're looking for hardware, household, or even grocery items, you will find it all at Kelmart.com. There's no need to join any club to start shopping and receiving rewards. Go to Kelmart.com today to see all the fantastic items you can purchase with just the click of a mouse.
Shop at Kelmart.
The C.O. Williams construction team advises that work will continue on the section of Highway 1 from the Frank Worrell roundabout through to the bottom of Holders Hill. Motorists are therefore asked to approach the area with the due care and attention and to obey the signage and the flag personnel. Please stay safe, mask up and buckle down as we continue to move the earth to please. The C.O. Williams construction team is sorry for the inconvenience and thanks you in advance for your understanding, cooperation, and kind consideration.
Tell me what you're drinking, Clayton's Cola Tonic. Tell me what you're drinking, Clayton's Cola Tonic. Need a boost of energy, drink the Clayton's quick. With friends or with family, but Clayton's in the mix. Clayton's over ice, feels like paradise. When I sip it, I just feel rich, cause Clayton's is me life. Tell me what you're drinking, Clayton's Cola Tonic.
Clayton's Cola Tonic, the next level.
My name is Winston Allen and I'm a credit union member. So my choice for insurance is clear. I only insure with Cooperators General Insurance. With Cooperators General, everyone benefits. My credit union benefits, I benefit, and Barbados benefits too. Since the profits generated stay in the country and are distributed amongst all local shareholder credit unions. At Cooperators General, special discounts are given to all credit union members. Premiums are extremely reasonable and easy monthly payment plans are available. Best of all, claims are settled promptly. Insuring with Cooperators General just makes good sense. Why insure anywhere else?
You want it to be? We can clean it for you. We can clean it for you. Your well, your pipes, your grease traps, drains, and kitchen sinks too. We can clean it for you. We can clean it for you. The grease trap man, call us, cause we would love to help you.
Call us at 283-2959 or visit our website at greasetrapman.com for unparalleled commercial and residential cleaning services.
You are better with us. The Barbados Workers Union, Cooperative Credit Union. We are here for you to help your dreams come true, making members happy. Since 1983, better savings and loan rates. Join today, don't hesitate. The Barbados Workers Union, Cooperative Credit Union. Investment accounts for kids and adults are priority. Taking care of your money. When you save with us, we will earn your trust. At the Barbados Workers Union, Cooperative Credit Union. Better with us.
consultation, customization, design, installation. Call 622-1450. Let's build a greener nation. Solar Watts, come see what we got. Solar Watts, saving you money. Solar Watts, you will save a lot. Solar Watts, looking for system, environmentally friendly. We've been good at this for over 20 years. Solar Watt high quality, 25-year warranty. While you save on electricity. Solar Watts, come see what we got. Solar Watts, saving you money. Solar Watts, you will save a lot. Solar Watts, PV energy. Solar Watts.
The Friday edition of Down to Brass Tacks, a special tribute to David Ellis. I promise you, David, that there'd be a little bit of a surprise along the way. I got this in my inbox yesterday, and I don't think you're aware of what comes into my inbox, so I'll share it with you. It says, I'm aware of your planned celebratory tribute to Mr. David Ellis on the occasion of his pending retirement. Should the scheduled Brass Tacks event afford the opportunity for the following to be read, I would be appreciative. And it says, and I quote, both in my personal and public capacity, I would wish to join in today's public acknowledgement of the significant contribution of Mr. David Ellis to our national life by means of his successful practice in journalism and public broadcasting in Barbados. I salute Mr. Ellis for the high level of professionalism and media-related ethics he has exhibited over the years. I commend him on his obviously clear understanding of and appreciation for the invaluable role of the media as an institution and that of media practitioners in the preservation of our democratic freedoms and rights as a nation, and the pursuit of social justice as an indispensable element and expression of that democracy. I applaud Mr. Ellis for his skills in broadcasting administration. Whereas, however, that may relate to management ability and knowledge, Mr. Ellis's evidently acute awareness of and sensitivity to the life issues in the socio-economic and socio-cultural milieu that is called Barbados enhanced tremendously the import of both Starcom's and his own role in public debate and national communications culture. I wish to express appreciation for the level of respect shown to me personally since 1999 when I first met him, and in my capacity recently as leader of the opposition. These sentiments reflect also my appreciation of his accommodation of and keen regard for the public views of Senators Franklin and Drakes and the other voices of the PDP. It is my hope that both by means of his legacy and through further opportunities afforded him, Mr. Ellis will be in a position to assist in the further development of our younger cadre of up-and-coming media personnel. I wish him well, and I say thank you. Joseph Atherley, JPMP, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you.
And I think it is at this point that I should ask our fellow moderators to join us via Zoom. But just before we go to them, I'm told that Emmanuel Joseph, who I think still holds the position of president of BAJAM, is with us on the line. Manny, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Dennis. Good afternoon,
Manny.
How are you doing?
I'm well, and I hope you are well as well.
This issue of retirement, I don't know. That word is just, I guess, a formality because we're in the same boat. But I can tell you, and I believe this is something that will happen to you too. I've never been so busy in my life after I retired, and that's just a word. And I know that you having had so much to offer will also make yourself available. And I can tell you that our intention on BAJAM is to use your services as we go forward in the training of journalists. Because when this COVID thing is over and gives us some room, we'll be calling on you once you're available to help in the training of our local journalists. But in times like these, when you are paying tribute to people, I still like to think that the most important thing is to ask ourselves as journalists, as media people, what can we learn? What can we learn from you? You possess the ingredients of what media workers should strive to be. That is fearlessness, fairness, and the ability to deal with people all levels and not shy away from the issues. The other thing is knowing your stuff, knowing the issues back to front, well-researched issues, so you can actually be competent enough to deal with these issues face on. So I will say to you, David, all the best in your future endeavors, and I hope that you will make yourself available when we call on you for your services to help develop our young media workers in Barbados.
Well, I thank you very much, Emmanuel. Certainly, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I make myself available as best as I can to assist. As I was saying earlier, I am very concerned that we are able to have the media as an important plank in this democracy. I am a little alarmed at times at the fact that there are a number of people, especially some of these people who are making themselves available for political office in the country, who seldom ever use the word democracy when they talk about Barbados. Their focus is on other things. And if we do not understand that we are in a democratic society that has different institutions playing different roles, then we can take action eventually that will erode those very institutions that are important in trying to maintain what we see as a democratic society. So it is in that context that I would like to help Barjam and journalism in Barbados.
Okay, fellow moderators, I know when we give moderators and broadcasters a microphone and no script, we tend to go overboard. So in the interest of time, I know we are on a round robin with our moderators, new and seasoned. Could we have a brief tribute? Dr. Christina, I know you're the youngest member of the team, but let's go with this on, I don't want to say age, I want to say experience or perhaps maturity. So Glenn, we start with you. We go to you, Doc, then Peter, in that order. Thank you very much. Glenn?
You think, Dennis, I would just suggest to you, because in the interest of time, and since you are with the moderators, I think it might be nicer to have just a conversation with them.
Well, I don't mind having that at all. Towards the end,
rather than
a
what
tribute.
we've done so far, it's tribute. So
okay, fine, no problem. Joyanne is with us on the line, I'm told. So yes, you can
Peter,
converse.
perhaps?
Peter, I'll let you take it from there then, David.
Yes. I mean, because we have all come together as moderators. One of the things that I wanted to treasure in all of this was that we moved away from a situation where we had one person as the moderator right through for a whole week. When Elambe was with the program, that was a strength. But I also felt that we need to have diversity, and that's where this mix of moderators comes to the picture. And Peter, you've been one of the people serving longest, and your thoughts on, how you've seen us develop it in that way.
Yeah. But no, David, quickly again, I want to really congratulate you. And I mean, you plucked me out of, one could say, obscurity at UWI. I don't know if you recall when you brought myself and Chris Sinclair and Kerry Simmons into the studio to talk about race. That was back in 1989, and that was actually my first exposure. We had a conversation at that point about brass tacks, and that was when Ilambe was having some challenges, and you were saying that you were going in this direction. And I remember saying, even in my young days, that I thought that there was an energy which the soul personality brought, and I wondered whether that energy could still be there if you had different personalities coming in. I was particularly concerned about the fact that you were a practicing journalist, and I wondered whether you would have the intestinal fortitude to take on issues in the way that Ilambe did while he was there. I'm happy to say that, years later, it's clear that you had a point, that you were right. And the new format really worked well. I really want to also mention while we're here that I think many of us have been nurtured by you over the years. Martin Paris
Somebody
is
is talking in
particularly.
the background, and that person needs to be muted. I think it's Tony Bassett. Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Peter.
Yeah, Martin Paris particularly also mentioned that, you came into sports and games and you got him into sports, and he asked me to mention that. And I think many young people who have been exposed to the media over the time have really benefited from your enthusiasm. One of the things, and I know Glenn is probably can comment on this, but I have really been challenged to get you to talk frankly about politics, to understand where your political leanings lie. And I want to congratulate you for having gone 30 years without actually having been able to get around to this whole question of who you supported politically. It's amazing. And it's been a lesson for me, because you have also demonstrated that, in this business, you can have your political friends. You've been good friends with David Thompson. You've been good friends with Branford Tate. And I've seen you take on both of them fearlessly. I believe you're good friends with Mia Motley. You took her on the other day. And, for someone like myself who has relationships with people in politics, but yet still does this kind of work, it's important to be able to understand and navigate that. So I don't know whether in the last few minutes you may want to give some clue as to where your relationship is like.
I will say to you that, like, I vote, and I pick a side from time to time privately, but I have long felt that this business, I can be a professional. That if a lawyer may not like you, but he takes your case. You may even think that you're guilty, but he's going to take the case. A doctor, for instance, goes through the same thing. So my question is, why can't I, as a media practitioner, be able to take that kind of middle position and go with the flow on the basis of the facts before us? I've never bought into this idea that I have to come and just genuflect to somebody because they are my friend. I think that if you are my friend, and there are I would say three people that I've met in politics who have demonstrated an understanding of that. Some of the younger politicians don't need to learn it too, but the Prime Minister understands that. Branford Tate understood it, and the other person who clearly understood it for me was Donville Innes. And I would think that Kerry Simmons is also in that position. There are others who believe that if they come before you and you ask them the questions that the public wants you to ask, then you are for or against them. It has nothing to do with that. So we can do the interview or do the program now, but as soon as we have finished that, we are back to being our normal selves, So I don't have a problem with that at all.
Dennis, if I might jump in here. Hi, Dennis. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Glenn.
I can hear you. I tell you, the conversation is all yours. I'm simply the ringmaster is sitting back.
Hello, everybody. And
yes, good afternoon.
Let me say, Dave. First of all, I want to commend David for having lasted this long, not only just lasted, endured, and excelled for so many years. And the whole question of what you were dealing with of being able to be professional, I think I learned many years ago when I was doing the social sciences, psychology, etc. There's a process known as role compartmentalization, where you can just separate, like you said, the doctors, your mechanic, your electrician do it every day, and broadcasters or journalists can do it too. I myself have sought to do it, even though I had been aligned and worked for a political party. I never saw myself as a party hack, right? And David recognized that too, because after I published a book, then I was in a kind of retirement, but like I said, I have two mantras in life: ideas run the world, right? Ideas run the world is one. And David realized that, and David, in his very subtle, casual way, you never know how he's observing you, would call me and ask if I might commented on this or calling. And then gradually it became obvious that he wanted to bring me in the role as a moderator. And I tried to practice that, learn from David. I think David never brought the question of political allegiance, how you would handle politics, like he never did with him. And I think that what that showed was that you'll be able to transcend all these issues and make a thing. And the only advice he ever gave me is that when I first started, and I tend to do it from time to time, he said, just gave me a call after one day and said, just let the callers speak a little bit longer for further thing. And I try to practice that. But let me say about David the practitioner. I can't say I knew David before he was born. But I know when I first met David in journalism, in around 90, I come back to Barbados from Canada in 73, and I met David in journalism. David had not lost his mother's features yet. I know that really said that, I mean, literally. But what we saw, and we were in an environment where you had the late Harold, Calmo, and myself as practitioners, and we were fearless in taking on the establishment, the prime ministers.
That's true.
We had serious encounters with him. But David, even at that tender age, always well-dressed, always articulate, looking smart and professional, showed that he was willing to be among the big boys and learn from the big boys. And he had spunk and passion. So when you're seeing him taking on the prime minister now, he'd been doing it. He did it with Alvaro, he did it with Tom Madden, he did it with Owen Aft. And I remember the early days, it was clear that he was going to go places. And I'm glad to see that he has manifested and realized that confidence that he demonstrated in those early days. So let me tell you, I think David is the first, he's not only a journalist and a broadcaster and a reporter. He never saw himself like me as being just a reporter. He always saw there was more to life and more he can do, more ideas to explore them, etc. And David, therefore, got into that role of probing and asking questions. So when he takes on a prime minister, I mean, it's nothing new. I remember, I got about 6 calls this morning, David, from the people in their 30s, generally speaking, who said, I hear David's retiring. Who's going to ask these questions? No, we need David to ask questions. We want those questions. And these are people in their 30s, I mean, not even 35. So it shows the impact you've had across the society. And I think, I don't believe in my other mantra in life is that I don't really believe in coincidences. I think it is not by accident or by coincidence that you have come to the fore to retire at this age, because you're at a time when, pardon me for the cliche, you're showing that Barbados need you more than ever. I think that with COVID, had it been your involvement in the probing, searching questions, relentlessly pursuing information, the truth or facts or whatever, I think that the public would have been a lot less well served, and we would have understood things a lot less. And let me say one last quick thing before you go. I think many years ago, you probably don't remember this conversation, we spoke about 97 or so. We were discussing journalism and professions and going from here. I told you that you were a brand. This is 1997. If you were a brand in 1997, you are more than a brand. I think you're the first journalist, broadcaster, you're the first media person I know have had a colossal brand. I mean, you had popular announcers and broadcasters and radio person, but you yourself, you brought gravitas, you brought depth, you brought calm. I used to have your calm in presenting, and I made to compress a whole deal of information, then come up with succinct, probing, penetrating questioning. And I think you have to, I don't think you're going to go anywhere except further ahead, because there's too much left to be done. And I think in the realm of ideas, you still have a lot of ideas to go. We wish you
Yeah.
had more time, but I think I'll
And
leave it.
one of the observations I wanted to make, it has to do with the recruitment of staff for news. And one of the wonderful experiences that I've had in Starcom, it is that when we interviewed people to become news reporters, we never asked them which political party they supported. I've never been asked that myself, and we have never done that. But what we expect is that when you go there to do your job, you are going to be professional and you're going to be balanced in what you do. I also want to take this opportunity to say that I could never, ever have been able to achieve all that you all have said without the support of this company. Because, you know, prime ministers and politicians in particular, and business people and all of that, will sometimes be upset about a story or about the way something has been slanted. But I have always had the support of my management and my leadership. And in particular, Vic Fernandez has been a station manager for quite a long time. And before him, I really enjoyed the confidence of Julian Rogers, Frank Pardo. I've had immense admiration over the years for the work of Alfred Pragnell. These people who've gone before me, I was just building on the foundation that they laid. But Sir Fred Gollop, the late Sir Fred Gollop, more than anybody else in the leadership of the nation, I had to communicate with him, because from time to time we would have something going on in the same brass tacks. Somebody goes and says something that they shouldn't have said, and we got to put out a statement quickly and that sort of thing. I suppose that's how I learned defamation along the way, because you have to be quick on your feet. So it was that kind of environment in which you were allowed to function as a professional. And therefore, I owe a debt of gratitude to all of those people. And this is the time to say it. As I come to the end of my full-time employment with Starcom Network, I could never have been able to achieve what you believe I have achieved without that kind of corporate environment. And I thank them all.
Thank you, David, for, as I said at the start of this program briefly, for giving me an opportunity to do something I've wanted to do all my life, which is be a broadcaster. I never wanted to be anything else, although I ventured into other fields. And it was because of you, your confidence, your support, the support of Vic, and others who are no longer with us, either in body or actually well, I know they're here in spirit, because there's a spirit in Starcom Network that will not die. To those of you who didn't get an opportunity to tell David goodbye, I will have a personal chat with him to find out just how many brass tacks programs he'll be doing, because I certainly don't intend to do 4 days a week.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way to you. One of the techniques that I use in radio is the element of surprise.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I know that very well.
Yeah, the element of surprise is a very important technique.
I know that very well, David.
So what I say to you is, let's wait and see
what happens next. What happens next? Yeah. And one of the things I've learned from David Ellis is that being able to draw out of people things they don't want, but he's never allowed that to happen to him. I want to thank you for being a part of this tribute today. I want to say a special thank you to the people who supported this. C.O. Williams, moving the earth to please. Cause in our work we take pride and quality we provide. Kelmar.com, the online superstore with free delivery. BW Cooperative Credit Union Limited, we are better. You are better with us. 1359 Zen, the rejuvenation location. Laurie Dash, the original craft shop. Exclusively on Bay Street. Satisfy your creativity at the craft shop. Corporators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. Sagicor Life, wise financial thinking for life. Solar Watts, powering the future. Carter's General Store. At Carter's, service comes naturally. Paint, lumber, hardware, and a whole lot more. Clayton's Cola Tonic. Reach for the next level. Country Kitchen Essence. So full of flavor. Alcolado. Protect yourself with Glacial. Septic Solutions, Barbados' #1 grease trap and septic service. Cave Shepherd Card Services. Williams Equipment Rentals. Call for all your rental needs. The production team. Ashley Wilshire, John Stout, our technical operator producer today. The planning team, Margaret Husbands, Charmaine Burns, Sonia Yard, Elena Scantlebury, Anthony Green. All who offered tributes, well wishes, and form part of the on-air team. Roxanne Branca, Vic Fernandes, Tony Bess. The Brass Stacks hosts, David Ellis. You heard from you did not hear Dr. Christina. You heard her in the recording. Peter Wickham. We heard from Glenn Murray. Corey was on the line, and as well, we had Joyanne on the line. I am sure they too will, as we continue to bring down to brass tacks that signature of David Ellis to you. You will, from time to time, hear our personal tributes and our personal stories. I'm Dennis Johnson on behalf of our team. Have a good afternoon.
Can I, Dennis?
And happy whatever comes next, David.
Can I say to you all, thank you, Starcom.
You're listening to a tribute to David Ellis, a taste of achievement. We salute you on your retirement. Brought to you by
C.O. Williams, moving the earth to please, cause in our work we take pride and quality we provide. Kelmart.com, the online superstore with free delivery. BWU Cooperative Credit Union Limited, you are better with us. 1359 Zen, the rejuvenation location. Lorry Dash, the original craft shop exclusively on Bay Street. Satisfy your creativity at the craft shop. Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. Solar Watts, powering the future. Carter's General Store. At Carter's, service comes naturally. Paint, lumber, hardware, and a whole lot more. Clayton's Cola Tonic, reach for the next level. Sagicor Life, wise financial thinking for life. Country Kitchen Essence, so full of flavor. Alcolado, protect yourself with Glacial. Septic Solutions, Barbados' #1 grease trap and septic service. Cave Shepherd Card Services. Williams Equipment Rental, for all of your rental needs. VOB 92.9 FM, celebrating 40 years in 2021. And Starcom Network Inc. Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Energy for Life. Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute of Technology, enter work with skills.